Can you turn my microphone on? You're going to have to control the microphones, Jay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Pierce County Council for the purpose of a council budget retreat. It is Thursday, October 26, 2023. The time is 9:34 a.m. and all members are present. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for making time. Item number 2 is approval of our agenda. Is there any objection to our agenda as presented? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Again, sincerely, I know this budget process is taking a lot of our time, as it should. One of the very most important things we do as the legislative branch is set the direction for the use of financial resources for the county for the next 2 years. So deep gratitude to how well the council is working together, asking good questions, deliberating and reflecting on the priorities that we set in March at a March policy retreat and at a June budget retreat. And sincere, deep gratitude for the executive branch for proposing many, many really good ideas for council to consider. Before we get into the subject matter, the detailed subject matter for the day, I wanted to also just frame up the day in that we not only spent time early in the year thinking about our budget priorities, right? We started with really thinking about our budget priorities, delivering those to the executive so the executive and departments can consider them when they're thinking about which budget proposals they want to make. We've spent since September 19th really digging into the executive's budget proposal and listening and learning from all of the executive departments and independently elected officials about what their budget requests are. So we've spent a lot of time hearing from subject matter experts, hearing from our departments, hearing from the executive. And that's been good. It's been a good learning opportunity. We've got a lot of good information, a lot of good ideas. I really want to emphasize that now it's time for the council to reflect on what we learned. And it's now time for the council to make decisions about, are the proposals in front of us, do they reflect our priorities, our individual priorities, our priorities as a legislative body collectively? What's missing? Or does it meet the expectation? That is the conversation throughout the different major areas of the budget that I'm really hoping we focus on. It's our time to now reflect on what we've heard, think about what's missing, and think about how we want to resource this county government for the next 2 years. So that's really how these budget retreats are designed. It's the council's time to express what our priorities are. In order to facilitate crafting a budget by November 21st that is reflective of the council's priorities, that's why we created this budget amendment form as a tool in order to capture members' requests and best ideas. And so I just wanted to spend some time walking through this form. I've alluded to this in, I think, Tuesday's study session, but you didn't have it in front of you. Staff put this together since Tuesday's study session. Again, this is a tool for us to use. I just wanted to walk through it so that folks can start using it today, even as we begin having these discussions today about what changes you want to see in the budget. So the tool is in 4 different areas. The first section, changes to the 2024-2025 budget. This is meant to convey an addition or a subtraction, something that we've heard in the executive's proposal that you think something is missing for a program, a project, a capital item, an FTE, whatever it might be. There's some spending of resources, whether it be in a special fund or the general fund. It's for all funds, special fund or general fund. Something is missing, something you want to see more of, or an item that was presented and you said, not my priority. Don't think it's a good use of resources. I think we don't need to do that because I have a different priority. So pluses or minuses in any of the general fund or special revenue funds. That's what the first section is meant to be, changes to what you've seen in the proposal. Could be an idea you have to save money. Could be a priority you have that needs more resources. Doesn't have to be an FTE. It could be for some sort of function you want more of, airports, whatever it is. We all have different priorities, but that's what the first section is meant for. The second section is meant to capture council requests for funding to outside organizations. We set a not to exceed amount here just to give some, excuse me, just to give some parameters. We didn't want Councilmember Morel going off and trying to spend $10 million here. So I had to contain him in some parameters here.
I think you have me confused with Monday.
So
look, Dave, you broke the system so much they had to replace the camera last night. So who's costing us money?
Hey,
so just
checking our systems out. Failed miserably.
I don't know why you couldn't have taken the elevator that set aside.
I'm sorry.
this second section is meant to capture council requests for funding to outside organizations. So the first section is really internal to county government, our funds, our general fund, our special funds, our county departments, how we resource them, pluses and minuses. The second section is focused on outside organizations. There's a dollar limit here just for all kinds of reasons. We have to balance this budget. There's only limited resources. I'm not trying to convey that every member has $500,000 to direct. That's not what I'm conveying. I'm sorry if that's what some might be construing. We set an upper limit for the purposes of getting ideas, requests, and that's why the priority order. So asking for your priority order in the second section, you see the second column. The first column is what's the organization. The second column is the priority, your priority. A sentence or two about the purpose and the public benefit for the appropriation. So that's a sentence or two or three. This is in a white paper. It's not a couple of paragraphs. It's a sentence or two or three about what is the purpose or public benefit of the appropriation to the outside organization from your perspective. If you have the website handy, it would be very helpful to staff to have the website handy, and then the amount. It says plus or minus because if it's just giving you options, if you see that there's an outside organization being funded in the budget, either historically or now, and you really don't want them funded, it says plus or minus just to give maximum flexibility to you when you're filling this out. Most of us, I think, will be filling this out with the mindset of which outside organization do you want to resource to do some public good, primarily targeted in your district or your geography. And these are biennial numbers. So this is for the biennium. The third section, bottom of page 1 of this form, is provisos, information requests, and policies supporting budget information. So this is where you would capture your request for a proviso. I'll use an example from yesterday. Many of us were discussing the need to make sure we're getting a report on Riemann Hall. What does the future of Riemann Hall look like, and making sure facilities management delivers planning and some body of work to be actionable in the next biennium about the future of Riemann Hall. It's very outdated, it's archaic, it's old. So a proviso could, proviso the facilities management that in the biennium, you're delivering the executive and county council a report that does X about Riemann Hall by this date. Most people are familiar with what a proviso is, but this is meant to capture and anywhere in the budget, this is meant to capture your requests for adding provisos in our budget. Then there's a catch-all, the back page, the last section, other budget requests. This is just meant to be a catch-all for members to be able to express themselves. If there's something that does not fit nicely in one of the top 3 sections, this is where you would put it. I hope you get, I sent an email last night that gives this to you digitally. You can add rows. I know Councilmember Morel is very eager to add a whole bunch of rows. Sorry for picking on you, Councilmember Morel. That you feel free to add rows to the bottom. This is not intended to limit you to the number of rows. This is just meant to get us started for a template. Add rows, please. We're asking this to be delivered back to Mr. Boki by end of day, November 3rd, because we're then going to take all of these and certainly the budget retreat discussions is going to highly inform, the continual crafting of the council's budget. And hopefully the council discussion helps you start to fill this out and put your ideas down on paper. We're trying to do a few things, right? The policy staff getting dozens of emails from all 7 of us every day is a bit unwieldy. We have to capture the information in one place to put a method to the madness. That's one major reason for the form. The budget staff needs to know which ones you're really serious about, you're really wanting to advance. So it helps collect your thoughts, make sure your thoughts are coherent, and make sure your thoughts can be actionable. So I encourage folks to start using the form today as we start discussing the sections of the budget. The one major reason for a major council amendment or a chair's amendment is because this needs to balance at the end of the day. If we all have changes to various funds, we need to see it in its totality. Budget staff needs time to balance and see how all the changes interact with each other, which ones are more of a priority than others, and how we make this thing balance at the end of the day. Right? The meetings of November 14th and November 21 are already going to be very, very long meetings. We have numerous budget bills to enact the budget. And so in order to get as many of council's priorities in one major amendment, we'll make November 14th and the 21st not be here till 1 a.m. And make sure we can balance this budget and that all the different interactions of all the different changes, we can see how they interact with each other. Sometimes when you have 50 amendments, you're not realizing what the effect is to fund balance or another fund or other interactions. So being able to see it in one place and the totality of it is, I think, very, very helpful to see what the impact is of the budget we're trying to craft together. That's the other reason for the deadline. There's a separate form that very similar, but it'll be noted as confidential. It's meant to be a form for you to be able to capture your ideas and requests in a confidential way, for you to make an amendment to the chair's proposal, so that there will be amendments on November 14th and 15th. And that parallel form is meant to help facilitate the collection of those ideas. I've just shared a lot, but trying to create a tool to collect everyone's information and develop this together as much as possible. I'm going to pause there and make sure we understand how to use this form, the use of the form, how we're using it together. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about the funding for outside organizations. Actually, I had 2 questions, but violence prevention dollars versus what traditionally was MCE, are all of those being captured in here and we're prioritizing?
Rebecca, you don't have a microphone. Paul, I think we'll have a separate process for what we think of as youth violence prevention. We'll have a separate process that Rebecca will facilitate for council-directed youth violence prevention funds. Rebecca will coordinate that process with each of our offices.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then my second question, and this is more for staff, for the proviso section, if there's things in the budget book that we want to add a proviso, maybe about a new FTE or something, do you want us to give you a page number? Would that be really helpful? Or you've all got it memorized and doesn't really matter, you'll be able to find it.
Mr. Boki? I think, go ahead, Mr. Boki. It's microphone, it's the clerk microphone.
Thank you. Anything would be helpful,
Okay.
right? And anything, we'll find it, but anything would be, any lead would be helpful. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Denson.
Thank you. Councilmember Hitchin gave me another question. So if, for example, in the top section, it says the examples fund a grant manager in solid waste management. Are you saying we also need to include that in the proviso language at the bottom, or?
Mr. Taylor, do you have a microphone?
I'll just, active.
Okay. Okay. So in response to that question, it'll depend, right? It'll depend if if a proviso is necessary to inform the appropriation. If it's an FTE request, that can be noted as in the staffing allocation tables in the exhibit to the budget. It would be reflected by any change in the appropriation to provide funding for that staff. If the council though wish to provide more instructions regarding that staff position, you could do that in a proviso. So it'll depend. Staff will work with the members to figure out, and finance to figure out what makes the most sense in the particular situation. So you may not know, council member, whether or not a proviso is necessary. Staff will help you in that regard when it comes to FTEs.
That makes sense. I just don't want to confuse things by putting it in two different places and you thinking it's two different things instead
Right.
of just one. So I'll rely on you letting me know you need a proviso. My other question is just for clarification. So we're submitting these forms to you before the 3rd. Then we'll see your chair's amendment. And at that point, we would develop our confidential,
Amendments to the chair's
Form.
proposal, yeah,
depending on what you put or what you don't put in your chair's amendment. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Council, Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you. So I'm a little confused on how we're going to work what goes in amendment number 1 and what doesn't. What fits, what's part of the, because usually that was a lot of small spends, things like that. In the past, it was a lot of our MCEs, things like that. So how do we propose something that's not in the amendment?
On November 14th,
Making all those decisions.
if members want to make amendment to the new base, which will be the chair's proposal, that will happen on November 14th and November 21st.
I should hold back until, if I have proposals that I don't think you'll accept into your amendment, then I should hold back on bringing it forward until after the first one is created.
I think we should all make our best pitch together to try to craft this budget as we talk to each other during budget retreat and make these, put in our thinking. Because there's not a lot of wiggle room in the budget, I guess, is what I'm trying to really make sure everybody understands.
I'll just trust process.
I got you.
I don't think I can explain, but we'll see.
Councilor Denson?
Thank you. One more question. Will you be making it clear, like we submit this to you, which ones are in or are not in, just so we don't have to go hunting through the chair's amendment? You say, hey, this one didn't make it, this one didn't make it. Then we can make a decision whether we want to move
The
forward.
chair's proposal is going to be super clear about what's in and what's not, and what's different than the executive's proposal.
Okay,
Yeah, it'll be super clear.
thank you.
But we won't know that till the 14th.
No, we'll know that around November 8th or 9th. we'll know the chair's proposal around November 8th or 9th. So that gives time for people to understand what's in there and make amendment to it. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And we have a goal to adopt this the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Councilmember Morel.
To kind of follow up on Councilmember Hitchens' comment, are you looking for a high dollar threshold, or are you looking at everything $2,000 and above? I mean,
Higher. I'm looking to try to help make this thing balance. So I'm really looking at the higher dollar thing. So if you want to spend a lot more money on airports, I'm sorry for picking on you. And we hear through these budget retreats that is a major priority of this council. I got to find $5 more million of airports. Then we got that's a big number for us. And if you're going to run an amendment on November 14th for $7,000 for an after-school program in Buckley, I don't know that you need to fight like heck to get in the chairs, like you can figure out how to pay for it maybe
yeah, I mean, that's what I'd come up with a dozen, 10,000 and below things that I'd like to put in the budget that we used to be able to allocate, before. And I just don't want to bog the system down if there's going to be another process.
So there'll be amendments on November 14th and 21st. There'll be amendment opportunities on November 14th and 21st. We're trying to help create a tool to capture. Right now, everyone's just sending emails to like different staff people. So this is meant to capture, and there'll be 2 days of opportunities. If you don't, and the chair's proposal is not going to be perfect. There's going to be need to amend the chair's proposal. I want to be clear about that. I'm certain you're going to want to amend it. Whether we can afford it and whether there's a majority to do that will remain to be seen. But Councilor Cooper, you're looking at me confused. Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think what I'm hearing, what I first thought is that you're going to have your amendment and then we will incorporate these. But what I believe I'm hearing is that we turn these into you on or before the 3rd, and then you will consider what these are and incorporate what fits your amendment to the execs. And that's what we will look at later by the 8th or 9th.
Yes. And you'll have the benefit of this tool to really understand and compare what you want to change in the executive's proposal, what you want to change in the chair's proposal. So you have this tool to keep working off of.
Right. So, but this gets submitted and there may or may not be things from it on your amendment.
Right.
But we will have this to refer to.
And you can keep offering amendments.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
You'll have many opportunities to offer amendments.
Thank you.
Any other questions, feedback? These retreats are designed to keep causing conversation, to inform what the chair's proposal is. So it's reflective of the council's, right? These budget retreats are meant to design what the council, I see the chair's amendment being not what Mello wants, but what I hear the council wants. It's going to have the changes to the Office of the County Council's budget needs in it. Things that I've heard, I've been listening really closely during every committee of the whole about where members are, what you're excited about certain things and not excited about other things, and have new ideas. And this retreat is hopefully going to generate a lot of conversation about what's missing in the executive's proposal. Where do we need to do things maybe differently? But really listening, and it's really going to inform the chair's amendment, which I see as the council's proposal. that's where we're moving next, is to begin talking about these different, what we've heard, so we can hear where the council is as a body on what our priorities are, and try to reflect that as much as possible. It's not going to be perfect, and you'll have opportunities to amend what is put forward. Anything else before we move on? Okay, let's move to item 4. Let's get into it with the council budget discussion. The design is to do everything we can to get through our human services discussion in the morning, break for lunch, and then come back and do public safety in the early afternoon, and then legal and judicial in the later afternoon. And that's probably all we have time. That's what we have designed for today. So at your places, you have the hard copy of some of the materials that were released last night. What was released last night are these memos that were created by our policy team. So let's focus on human services. In the packet, you also have in the digital packet, you have all the other information we were given. The executive's proposal, the decision packages, other supplemental information is in the digital packet. So that's all there for your reference. Our policy staff worked hard to put together these memos to try to lift up at the more strategic level the various areas of these departments. So for human services, Ms. Merrick produced 6 different memos, and we're going to go in order. We're going to start with behavioral health, therapeutic courts, and opioid settlement funds, and we're going to work in order in the different major areas of the human services budget. So again, as the way the memo is designed to help focus our conversation, it starts with what the council identified as our preliminary budget priorities for this area. And I'm just going to pause to make sure folks can see what we said are our priorities. The middle section of these memos teases out the executive proposed decision package, funding and initiatives. So this is largely new spending as proposed by the executive in this area. We're just focused on behavioral health at the moment. This is not meant to be a full lift of all the decision packages. So reminding you of that, there's more detail in the digital package. And then when you flip to the back of this example of this memo, there's more information on the executive proposal. And then I'm going to draw our attention to the suggested topics for the discussion. So for this case, thinking back to what we heard about 3 weeks ago now from Director Moss in human services in this specific area about behavioral health, does the proposal adequately address the goals of the behavioral health improvement plan? How does the proposal meet the council's priorities, or what is missing? And what method do we envision for allocating the opioid settlement dollars? So I'm just going to open it up to, these are the suggested discussion questions. Let me open it up for discussion, hopefully focused on these discussion questions, and hopefully bullet 2 is a catch-all for whatever folks want to raise. What's missing in what we heard? Councilmember Hitchin?
I didn't want to go first, but so I think one of the things I've been imagining, and this doesn't have a cost to it, but is making sure that if we are really going to be allocating funding for opioid work, to make sure that the board, the group, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, that that I envision already has the expertise to do the work of that allocation instead of creating a whole nother board, a whole nother bureaucracy, have them do it. But I want somebody in recovery on that board, somebody who is actively in recovery, whether they're using medically assisted treatment, or they're clean and sober, but they're still in recovery, because that's how that, and preferably somebody with an opioid addiction. So that's a really small, well, it's not a small population, but a small population that might be willing to come and do that work. But I think that's really crucial before these dollars go out the door, that somebody is there who can speak with that level of experience. So I skipped to the third bullet, everybody. But I think that having somebody in that work group who feels like they can share that perspective, who can bring that voice of, yeah, that won't work, or this is the gap. Like, here's the population you won't hit because they will not engage with that work. And that kind of conversation won't come if we don't have that voice there, because unless you've actually experienced that addiction, I don't think that you can speak with any clarity. So for conversation's sake, that's just something that I've been working on with Ms. Merrick, just to make sure that we kind of think through that. But would love to know if anybody has additional ideas or thoughts on that. But just.
You're getting a thumbs up from Councilmember Denson.
100%.
Okay.
Can you continue, Councilmember Hitchin, about your ideas about method for allocating the opioid settlement dollars, if you're willing?
So I think one of my wonders is how to make sure it's actually going out to areas where we know actually work. I think I want it to be, one of the things I keep hearing in community when we're going out there is that the services are very much located in our geographic center, like here in Tacoma. There's a few that if you know who to call, they're out there. They're in Puyallup and Lakewood. What we don't know is, how do I get to Spanaway and Graham and the Key Pen? And so one of the things that I think if I was designing an RFP to go out is to have something along the lines of something that can move, a mobile opioid, substance abuse, something that's going out, and really thinking about what that looks like with those initial dollars. And then having that designed by maybe working with the needle exchange and the opioid task force to kind of think about what should be in the RFP. So the RFPs would be designed not by council staff, but by people who actually kind of can use the right language to tease out the who might engage. Because if I write an RFP, I won't know the right words to use to really get to what we're looking for. So I think using the opioid task force and the needle exchange is kind of the guiding work behind the RFP. And then the allocation would go through the Behavioral Health Advisory Board with that human being that is in recovery on the board. And those two things happening will take some time. And I know there's a sense of urgency to get the dollars out the door. But I really feel like it's important that we kind of use that two-stage, the people that know what's working, and because they're dealing with people in recovery, like actively right now today, and then people making decisions about who actually gets the funding would have that lived experience voice, along with all the actual service providers and behavioral health experts that make up our BHAP.
So in your mind, I think part of what I'm hearing is we would not authorize expenditure of this fund until that body of work is done and authorized by council.
I know there's some FTEs in here. I heard the ME, I've heard I've heard her speak. I heard Heather speak. We've gotten emails about it, and I don't think it's a bad expenditure initially. I guess my thought would be it's a 2-year allocate, like it's a limited, like we'll fund it out of this for 2 years because we know we probably won't get dollars out the door right away. And I think that there could be some benefit from doing that, but I don't think that there's such a small amount of opioid dollars that it shouldn't be the ongoing. And that might be a way of allowing them to hire and get dollars in. And then maybe it's something that comes out of behavioral health tax the next biennium, if that's something, I mean, I don't know, but I think the behavioral health or the opioid dollars, I think the data that we'll get from that actually really could be powerful. I just need to understand that the data is going to be shared with the people that we need it shared with, which I appreciated your questions yesterday.
Vice Chair Campbell.
So to understand the program you're proposing, I mean, it sounds like it'd work a lot like the needle exchange, which has a mobile van that goes throughout the county. They do home delivery all across the county. So like some things that are mobile going to established places, but also some personalized one-on-one services.
It's about breaking down the, is that okay? Can we just do, okay.
Councilor Rachel.
It really is about expanding that. So the needle exchange has a kind of a limited who they enter in the program and understanding what's working for them. And then I know they're at capacity. So how do we get further out there? And there are people who don't engage with the needle exchange. So like, or need other services. So it's like, how do we expand what's working?
I mean, as a model,
Yeah.
because it's, you know, a lot of people don't know they do home delivery all over the county.
Yep. Yep.
And so that way, if you're living out in Graham, you don't have to drive into Tacoma to get your needles. You just have them delivered to you. So are we thinking of delivery of services like that?
So really focusing on the harm reduction, but really the goal would be MAT or MOUD, which is a little bit different than the harm reduction aspect of the needle exchange. So mobile medically assisted treatment is really what I'm looking for. So, and that's a little bit different, but
Like when the van sets up out in Puyallup.
yeah. Yeah. But, and the figuring out that, and part of it is figuring out how we can actually do that because it is a controlled substance. So that's one of the reasons that I've put in an ask both at the state and the feds, like, we need you to help us figure out how these rules are actually blocking us from doing the care. Because I need to be able to go out into the community, but if they have to keep it in a certain level of protection, then I can't. There's things that are going to block us, or the medication that is preferred for people who are seeking medically assisted treatment isn't usable in one situation, but it's okay over here. And there's like, it's super confusing.
Okay. Well, I think we can use, I mean, needle exchange has found places in several communities. Where
And they
can
have good
set up,
relationships.
Yeah,
is the other
South
part.
Hill and many others. So
Yep.
yeah, where they're going in now. So perhaps those can be similar places.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
I do believe that we need to have a plan before we just start throwing money at a known problem. When we did the behavioral health tax, that's one of the things we put in there was gotta have a plan before you just start spreading the peanut butter out there. I'm not too sure what the makeup of the board is. We'd have to look at the ordinance and set it up to be able to add that position. And I agree with you, because when I was discussing a lot of these issues, you know, I have my recovering friends who basically say, hey, it's not gonna work, it's flat not gonna work. So, you know, I think there again, what works for some is not gonna work for others as far as their recovery plans, whether it be medicated or cold turkey, just going for it. I know the state has something, and I think I gave you the card of the gal who runs that, and they have a human service vehicle that goes around to all the rural communities and says, we're gonna be here from 9 to 5 at the Bonnie Lake Food Bank. And you come in there and apply for your benefits and everything else. And it's a pretty big van. And it has privacy boost in it. It's a, costly item to run. So, but I agree with the fact that we've got to figure a way to drive these services out into the suburban and rural communities and not just have everyone come to Tacoma to get services. So if we don't have brick and mortar set up, nor do we have the, a provider that's willing to put up brick and mortar in a community, mobile's a good way to go. Yeah, like I said, I just don't want to get the cart before the horse on this, because the opioid settlement money, it's not an endless tap of funds. I want it to be impactful, and I think using the behavioral health dollars and the opioid settlement together and blending those funding methods is probably the best way to do it. So with that, I think I'd be open to, putting a pause on it right now and just seeing what plan we could develop.
Councilmember Coover?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to add the need perhaps to have a parent on that board as well. I just recall speaking with a constituent whose son had got, I don't know how long it took to go through treatments, but he had a position on what does work and doesn't work as a parent administering to a child that is addicted, an adult child. They would have a perspective that they could give. That I believe would open up some doors. And I wanted to just comment in the priorities, it has established paths to avoid addictive behavior. And I just didn't know if those had been charted or identified, perhaps to know, what are the different paths on that. And I guess I'm kind of picturing in my mind of what I'm hearing described. It's kind of like Posado's Haven. They have a big mobile truck that goes around and helps. So it's something in that realm. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Herrera?
Thank you, Chair. And along those lines, I know the opiate settlement money isn't a forever thing, but addiction is a forever thing. We'll always have something, over time. We had the methamphetamine crisis thing 20 years ago, and it morphs into, and then we had the pill thing, and then heroin, and now we're in the fentanyl. It's always going to morph into something else. And I'd love to see like the long-term plan to have something continuously. As you know, addicts do come to Tacoma. They go to wherever it's easier to be an addict. Or then that's usually where services are, or, it's tough to be an addict out in rural areas in some aspects and stuff like that, or it starts out there and they kind of come out this way eventually. And I've heard the stories many times, but I think that the main plan should be kind of forth long-term. It's because it's always going to be here. And to help our people out in the rural areas, because sometimes that's where it starts. I concur with everyone saying here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Want to flag just a couple of things real quick from my perspective too, that's on the called out on the memo for us. In the first box in the middle section, in the executive's proposal for opioid settlement, there's one clerk to the Opioid Abatement Council funded by opioid settlement dollars. I have questions out. I'll state real quickly. I have questions out. Does it really need a full-time clerk to function? It does. That'd be good to know. Councilor, I know that there's been some questions about, does it really need a full-time clerk for this Opioid Abatement Council, which we see as a audit function? They're not the allocation committee. They're an audit function. So Councilor Hitchin, I think you might have some information on that.
Yes. So I'm assuming it's on. My light is not green, but so that's paid for out of the funds that are collected from all the jurisdictions. So there's a 10% call out in the settlement that says you need to set this up, and they'll be doing our data dashboarding. They'll be doing all of the work around publishing what's going on, prepping, providing support, communicating between the different jurisdictions. I think when we start pooling funds, they could be a resource. So while we may not see them as being a necessity from what we're doing. If we really want a robust, learn while we go, collect data, create things.
Are they a
that-
program coordinator and not a clerk?
They're,
Am I getting stuck on the?
oh no, they're a clerk, but that's kind of like the work that's supposed to happen is that work. So that's kind of the initial is a clerk. But when I've talked to the auditor about what she's hoping she will see there, really is providing support so that we can make this public and transparent and learn as a community around this. And if we don't have it available online, Lakewood can't go and look at what Bonnie Lake did and go, wow, that was a really cool program. How do we do that if it's not transparent? So that is part of what Auditor Farmer really wants to make sure happens at the auditor's office around the data. And so that's part of what she's looking for that clerk to do.
That's helpful.
So they're not
I was
just-
envisioning something else and I think I was getting stuck on the,
Yeah, they're not just running the meetings.
Okay.
At least that's not the intent that she has as far as when she was
I mean,
designing.
to make sure we trust her, she'll post the position properly with the proper job description and pay range and pay title and all the rest of it to get the right function.
Yeah.
The other thing I just wanted to mention, I think, lots of emails coming to all of us this time of year. Not sure if it came to everybody, but I think it did. There's an updated suggestion from district court. We know that we've historically funded some behavioral health and therapeutic courts tax. I'm sort of transitioning to therapeutic courts in my mind at the moment. So we've traditionally funded some functions in district court out of this fund, the behavioral health therapeutic courts fund. And there's an updated proposal from district court about how to pay some appropriate FTEs out of this fund. That's the kind of thing that if there was agreement on the council on what we're hearing, that's the kind of thing that would show up in the chair's amendment as a cleanup amendment. So trying to give you examples of what I think you should be seeing there. Vice Chair Campbell.
So should we each list that on our list of things? I mean, this is what I don't understand is we can all agree it's a good thing, but if no one, how do we know if it's on the list or not? Should I put it on my list?
I think
And
put it,
then,
yeah.
you
It's
see
not
what
gonna
I'm
be perfect.
saying?
Yeah, I
mean,
do. It's not going to be perfect. I mean, talk
The
to
chair
me.
amendment has 70 items. We should each have, I mean, there's probably gonna be 30 or 40. If we're tracking every single thing, we'll have 30 or 40 on here that we all have on here because we all agree on it. At what point do we, I mean, somewhere send around, this is going in so that we're not overfilling these sheets because what's missing is that communication along the way. It's,
I think that's
we
what this,
dump everything here.
that's what this is designed for as much as possible. It's not gonna be perfect.
Right.
So I'm flagging now. That's something I'm interested in putting in the chair's amendment, looking to see if there's any pushback on what we've heard from the district court. I'll try my best to keep flagging those kind of things so you don't, I get the frustration. I don't know that I can design a perfect process. So as folks have things, so that's what these retreats are designed to daylight. Okay, what else about district, about behavioral health, therapeutic courts, opioid settlement funds? We have 5 more sections to move through in human services. Just wanted to flag, it may or may not be an opioid. It may show up elsewhere, right? But I want to remind us that we heard some needs from the health department about medically assisted treatment, both how they currently provide medically assisted treatment. We've heard some ideas about mobile medically assisted treatment. We've heard that from the health department when they presented to us. And we heard some continual need to resource the opioid task force led and coordinated by the health department. That could be funded out of ARPA like it was historically. That could be considered to be funded out of one of these funds we're talking about. I think I heard energy from a number of members that we want the health department to continue the opioid task force work and their medically assisted treatment work, and we don't want to defund that. So that's another thing that I'm flagging for us, and I just wanted to voice that. And that's the kind of thing that I would imagine showing up in the chair's amendment. Councilor Morel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there further discussion about Pierce County Alliance bringing in a program to the jail for medical detox?
Councilor Hitchin, are you aware?
So detox is done through, well, detox is done through our medical provider. As far as medically assisted treatment for those in the jail that choose to, and I've asked numerous ways, those that choose to enter can, and we have a contract to do that. And I think it's through Alliance, but it could just be through our medical provider. I'm not sure. But they have to choose to enter that. And one of my things that I think would be really helpful is to make sure that when they leave our jail, they have a really good handhold as they're going out the door to the next step. And I think that's one of the areas we break down.
Yeah, and I thought that would be part of the transition from jail to community program, that we make sure that the housing and the behavioral health and, detox, whatever, is all there, so they don't have to go back
Right.
to what brought them to the jail in the first place.
Yeah.
So I thought there was a move for the Pierce County Alliance to become certified to be able to do that in the jail. I'll check my sources.
Okay.
But that's what I heard in talking to our medical health provider.
Thank you for looking into that, Councilor Morel. I think there's broad interest in that. I'm just going to flag, just two quick things for folks to ponder before we move on to homelessness in the human services section. Right above the discussion box for this section, this behavioral health section, right above the discussion box, just wanted to note, staff has flagged for us that there's $8.2 million in unspent behavioral health therapeutic tax funding, unspent from the current biennium, $8.2 million unspent. That's where we may appropriate funds for some of these broad priorities, courts activities, right? Superior court activities that are appropriate, district court activities that are appropriate for the fund. These kind of things that we're talking about that we want to make sure are delivered right of way outside of a NOFA process, Pierce County Alliance, medically assisted treatment. So that I wanted to flag that bullet. Also wanted to flag, to Councilmember Herrera's point, it's not all the money in the world and it's not forever. But so the last bullet here reminds us that approximately $8 million in funding for the next biennium are the receipts for opioid settlement NOFA for the allocation method. So just so folks have that in their head about how much there is to invest. Councilor Denson.
Yes, thank you. Getting back to opioids, I had a question. Is the opioid abatement council at the auditor's office I'm thinking it's different from the opioid task force with the health department? Do we need two different groups? I'm not questioning I am questioning because I just need to understand why, because there's
Councilor
all
Marie.
these groups.
Yeah, Councilor Hitchin.
So the opioid abatement council was actually dictated by the settlement agreement that the state of Washington entered into. So a lawsuit has said you will do this. And I can get into the why if you
That's fine.
want to understand. The opioid task force existed before I was on the council. It was a partnership with the city of Tacoma and I think the county to basically create a venue to say, opioids are a public health crisis, and we need to bring all of our jurisdictions together to talk about it. And so it's housed, because it is a public health crisis, with the health department. But I believe it was, which city council member?
Hines,
Hines is current, who started it?
McCarthy.
McCarthy, and then Chair Young, former Chair Young, kind of spearheaded that with a bunch of different people, but really to get it in place. So it's been ongoing. They've got a couple FTEs, and they do a lot of the outreach and prevention work is a lot of the work that they're doing. They've got their new ad campaign around fentanyl and fentanylfacts.org. You can go and look up all kinds of fun, scary information about fentanyl.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah.
Good question. The public wonders why there's multiple organizations that sound the same. Teasing it out
Same
for our,
populations, same, yeah.
thank you for asking. It's helpful that we not just throw money at things because it sounds good. And we understand the different functions.
Oh, one other
Councilor
thing.
Denson?
One other thing that's broader, and I know we've talked about this, I don't know if it's a proviso or what, but we've talked about with the RFPs, making sure council has a voice in setting some criteria and priorities, especially given the procurement discussion. So when it goes out, the whatever advisory group is making the decisions knows kind of what the key things are that we're looking for. And that goes for all of our grants.
Yes, and there very well may be proviso language in all of these special funds that require that for the biennium.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's what I've heard from multiple council members, to make clear that the NOFAs have to come to council for review and authorization before they go out, and then the finalists have to come back to council for authorization. Very similar to how we set up the Marine Howard Affordable Housing Act. It starts with council stating its priorities, goes through a competition process, comes back for review and authorization. So that feedback loop.
I think that's great. That'll also help us flag if there's any questions like we had on, I think it was behavioral health in terms of the jurisdictions that were not included. So just so that everyone's clear when those go out to the public.
Okay, very incredibly helpful discussion. One down, 5 to go before we break for lunch. Human services homelessness. Commissioner Campbell, we're not starting out simple. We remind ourselves at the top of the memo about council priorities. The middle of the memo tries to call out some of what is found in the executive proposal decision packages related to this. A reminder of some of the use of special funds here towards the bottom of the memo. And then a reminder in the American Rescue Plan Act, the executive's proposal budget continues support for several ARPA items related to homelessness and appropriates $1.6 million to a new community response transition fund. You recall Director Moss spoke to this in her presentation. And then there's, other things in the executive's ARPA proposal here. So again, bringing our attention to the discussion. Does the proposal adequately advance the goals of our comprehensive plan to end homelessness? How does the proposal meet the council's priorities? What's missing? Are there certain homelessness interventions the council would like to prioritize for funding? Who would like to start? Councilmember Denson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple things that I would like us to consider prioritizing for funding. The first is the creation of at least one stability site. So essentially a sanctioned encampment. It's going to take a long time for us to develop different housing options that are more permanent. And some people aren't ready for those anyway, from what I've heard on the streets from some folks. They just want a place that's safe to put their tent. So I envision this, and I know we've got some around the community already as a first step for folks to be off the streets, to have sanitation, to have services, and start getting triaged and worked up to whatever's appropriate. Some might be able to move into a tiny home or a hotel real quickly. Some may need months of kind of opening up and feeling safe before we can make those, help them make those transitions. But essentially, it's for the community to see that we are actively doing something to get folks out of the vulnerable positions they are on the sidewalks.
And I just want to emphasize, I think what you envision is something that's very clean,
Oh, yes.
orderly, organized, place for garbage, hygiene.
We know where people
Services.
are. We're working them
Yeah.
through the continuum of, housing options. Maybe there's one section, and again, I'm not the expert, but maybe there's a section for folks that are clean and sober or in recovery so that they've got a little bit more security in their surroundings going through, those difficult transitions. I would love to see some money set aside and us work with, some real doers. I don't think we need to overcomplicate this and take 15 years to do it. You can find a real estate person to help us find some property and put some money into actually making this happen so that we can tell the community this, for a couple hundred people, a lot of people. So that's one thing. The other is kind of related, and those are some additional dollars for safe parking sites. It's again, another kind of first step for people to get safe, to get services, and then be moved up into better housing and more long-term housing. Those are my two.
Because we all think a little differently, for us to continue to try to use this form and the utility of the form, you said it here. I think it's useful to add it so that I'm taking notes, others are taking notes, but to add it so we know it's be safe. Continue any thinking you have on dollars, thinking you have on funding sources. Please add it to your list.
Okay.
Vice Chair Campbell.
Just a follow-up question to Councilmember Denson. Did you have a target community for this to be placed in?
No, but I just having been given feedback, we all have, having these discussions over the last couple of months, I would think it would need to be something that, is relatively accessible to services and public transportation, but no, I don't. I think we're gonna have to look throughout the area. I don't know that we need to restrict it to the UGA necessarily, although that might be where the public transit happens, but I know we had challenges finding locations because of that restriction last time.
Perhaps we could look at the alternate sites that weren't chosen for community village to be stability sites.
I think those could definitely be on the table, those and more.
Thank you.
And let me just add, maybe it's not just one, maybe we have a couple to kind of spread it out throughout the community, because we know that people want to be close to where they've got family and connections and friends too.
And sometimes a little smaller, so
Yeah,
Okay.
more manageable.
more manageable for several different reasons, not 20 campsites or what, or, to 20 tents or whatever, 20 tiny homes or 30, there's a sweet spot on sort of a manageable size sometimes for some delivery. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely love that idea. I've seen that idea. 4 years ago, I toured a homeless camp, I think 2019 in Olympia. And Olympia's had issues with some of their homeless stuff, but at one point they had a sanctioned camp, and it's a different demographic than maybe what we were talking about, the community first village. There's different demographics, probably more different demographics for homeless people that you can count on your hands. But that would be one demographic that we're not serving very well, and that'd be folks that are vulnerable and things like that. So this camp that was in Olympia, and it was a great example because across the street was an unsanctioned camp, and there was a sanctioned camp that was safe, closed its doors. People couldn't come in or out at a certain time. The tents were dress right dress. Some of the folks were kind of elderly people that just didn't want to be around people. It was clean, orderly. I was very, very amazed at this. And then just my experience of being in camps, I've met people who were scared of that person over there and things like that. So it'd be a demographic that is definitely needed. Had rules, and the people there want those rules. So it's a demographic. I have pictures of it. I think I made a statement at one time of looking at the unsanctioned and looking at the sanctioned. It's something I think people in maybe even the rural communities would concur for something like that. And that's where people can probably float in and out of homelessness in a safe place, and things like that. So I love that idea.
And not have to live along roadways and
Sure.
wooded areas. And
Thank you.
thank you. There's an example a little closer to home. Olympia's not far, but there's an example of Tacoma's stability site in the tide flats in the Dome District of Tacoma. It's operated, managed by Catholic Community Services. I've been a few times. It's very orderly. It's very clean. You don't even know it's there. Adjacent business owners don't complain. Councilor Morel.
Thank you. I guess I'm kind of surprised that we haven't got to this point of discussion when it comes to homeless transition housing. Because as Council Member Herrera said, there's multiple levels when you're dealing with the homeless population. And I just did a tour of Olympia's facilities and Catholic Community Services. They opened up a tiny home village on a hotel site that burnt down. And so they have about 50 little tiny homes that they put up. These are, I guess they're called pallet homes.
Yeah.
They're not full blown, like the Veterans Village, which is permanent housing. And because they have a couple of areas that they've had that are just jungles out there, just horrible. So they've been moving folks into what I call transitional housing with wraparound services through Catholic Community Services to find out if they're capable of moving and making the commitments to move to permanent housing. But they've had great success down there. And though, I understand, I don't like sheds in a parking lot, but there is a point where we could go from safe parking to some type of a stability site and then eventually get them into permanent housing if they follow through with all their commitments. And this is, I think in talking to some of the individuals down there, it was a lifeline for them that they appreciate. And they usually I think they can stay there a year, up to a year. But, I think that's a way that we could deal with some of the population out there who just need to find something that they can call home, even if it's transitional and temporary till they get things worked out. But I think that's a cost-effective way, and I would assume that the plan to end homelessness has got some kind of stability sites in it. It's just, I think what Councilmember Campbell says, where do we put them? And I do think that maybe smaller is better than just plopping a 100-person in the middle of Parkland. That maybe, it could be spread out. So I would support looking at efforts to do that.
Thank you for those thoughts. Vice Chair Campbell.
I think Member Denson mentioning the two of them together, stability site and safe parking, makes sense. And maybe we need to look at how we pair those together. And while they're going to serve different people in different ways, you're not going to put a stability site 3 miles from the nearest transit center. But you could put safe parking anywhere
Right.
Point.
because they literally have cars. And
Right.
so we can look at how with safe parking can be the outer ring. Ability sites kind of be the inner ring of how we provide some services. I don't know if that makes sense how I'm saying that, but looking at the level of service that we provide, some of the rules, knowing that there are nuances that are different, but just remembering, and I saw this in, I think, one of our first iterations of safe parking said it needed to be near transit, which it doesn't. And that's what I think we need to look at. How do we, when we find a location that we could use, depending on what assets it has, determines what use we put onto it. So that allows us to look countywide at locations and then set up a suite of different responses, a stability site, tiny village, a safe parking, and then find the program that fits the property that we found, rather than defining a program and then searching for a constrained property. I think that would give us a lot more flexibility. Too many times we do the RFP, we want to set up this X program, then we're evaluating the properties for that program rather than putting this property, we need property here because we've got no homeless services. We found property, what's our best fit?
And I totally agree that different levels, but the other thing that I think we really need to engage is our faith-based community. Because there is a lot of parking lots that aren't being utilized out there in suburban and rural Coos County. And I think if the right partnerships were put together, that we could use their asset. And there again, it gets back to management of these facilities and the wraparound services. Do we have capacity to do the services if we do multiple sites? Because obviously, then we've got to get resources to those individual sites. So,
Well, I would say it doesn't all have to fall back to us to be the provider of the resource. We're contracted with another property or someone else to oversee or manage the, I mean, or part of, you're hosting safe parking, you're also providing the management and all that. It doesn't always have to fall back to us to be the operator.
totally agree. We just need to make sure there's capacity out there within those services to expand to that point. Or if they don't have enough behavioral health specialists to begin with. I don't want to create something, expectations that we can't deliver on. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. All of these ideas are high priority for me. One of the things that I really appreciated was the idea of find a location, then figure out what could go there. That makes a lot more sense to me, and I'm not sure why we didn't. Thanks. We should have thought a while ago, or maybe we did and just didn't act on it. I am
Mentioned in the past.
okay. I am curious to understand, because we've had the ability for safe parking to happen in the county. And I know that we've pushed out. We have a couple of churches that have taken us up on that, and they're doing amazing things. What's the hesitance? Do we know, is it their uncertainty around funding? Is it the liability? What is it that is keeping these other churches with large parking lots from saying no to the opportunity? Because it would be good to see if there's something either in the code or if there's a legal concern, and is there something that we need to look at the why they didn't? Because I agree, they have some of the largest plots of land. They use it very sparingly on very specific days. And so it is an asset that is around the community, but it's also it's time intensive to run these programs. And so understanding that it's not just, it's really hard to wrap your a volunteer base if it's gonna be, yeah, you gotta be here every day to make breakfast. Yeah, you gotta be here every night to check people in. That's a lot to ask. That's a job, not a volunteer. So that's, I think, maybe what the hesitation is. And if that's the hesitation from our faith-based services, then maybe we need a professional safe parking coordinator who's hiring people to, and that's what the county funds. And then they're providing the land and, you know, the on-site kind of check-in with people and meeting and greeting and some of the case management. But the person who's the logistics, that's what we pay for.
That's
But
what we invested in with Homeward Bound.
right.
But maybe not enough. I know the Select Committee on Homelessness hosted at least one conversation of his Homeward Bound and maybe some faith-based institutions to give this kind of feedback about what's working, what's not working. Any recollections? Councilmember Herrera or Denson?
I don't remember. I do think I would like to see Homeward Bound have some additional resources. They did run out of resources. They're exactly the group like you're talking about that would go to the churches and manage things for them. But we also need the church volunteers, the faith-based volunteers as well. And so I completely agree with you, Councilmember Morrell, but maybe we need to check back with some of the faith communities about where the difficulties are. I know the city of Tacoma instituted some sort of a fast track permitting system for safe parking that met certain criteria. And I know that Director Moss has that information. I don't know if that's helpful or not helpful in our case, but I think I agree. We need to dig into it a little bit more. 'Cause it seems like there's some faith communities interested. So how can we help them?
Yeah.
Ms. Merrick?
Yeah, Councilmember Dunson addressed it all. I was just going to add that when Homeward Bound presented, my recollection was that they just needed more funding. Their funding was limited to this biennium, and they weren't, I believe, selected for homelessness funding. So what the department's indicated is that they are looking at other funding sources, but I don't believe it's reflected in what's been proposed by the executive.
And to Councilmember Campbell's point, the last time I talked to them, they were looking at some significant property purchases or leases, but I'm not sure they had the funding to do it. So they had identified some property. I'm not sure what happened with it.
Councilor Hitchin, continue your thoughts.
Thank you, Chair. I think the other part is the comprehensive plan to end homelessness, the unified regional approach, the work that needs to happen there. I still struggle to see how that's in this budget. Because we do have ongoing funding for this, we now have a plan. We've had an advisory board. We've done our homework, but now we need to implement. And I'm still struggling to see how that's there. So I think that's going to be one of the things I'll be focusing on through kind of different things. And I don't think I have enough information to share it, but I think that it takes a human being to really do that work of bringing the community together, bringing the Lakewood, bringing Tacoma, bringing Puyallup, bringing our smaller communities, the representation from, I think, even JBLM, like how do we work together around homelessness and having that center of the wheel to do that work and bring those people together and continue the implementation of the advisory board, because otherwise it'll just be another report on a shelf. So, and we already have a lot of those. I found many of them when I was looking for them. And so I think that's one of the things that I'm really looking for, kind of teasing out and articulating with this funding, is how do we make sure that the initial portion of the getting it off the ground the first time as well as we can, maybe a little bit more expensive, and then it gets teased out like once it's up and stood up. But how do we do that? How do we make sure we've got a by name list that's like number one or number two? And what does that mean? What does that, is that a database purchase? Is that I don't know. And so those are the kinds of things that I think we really need to think about. And with this budget, while we still have some flexible dollars around, and there's still a lot of energy, because it's a constant concern, is homelessness in our community.
I would very much agree. I don't think the proposal that we have is clear about how the proposal resources the unified regional approach. I don't think the proposal is clear about specifically what if the comprehensive plan to end homelessness implementation strategies are resourced or not. Just crosswalking clearly to the plan to end homelessness. What is being resourced, what's not. We don't have that crosswalk. I can't tell what's in the proposal that is clear. And I think we're really deficient on system coordination, stakeholder engagement, whether it be faith-based or not faith-based, data to track performance. Councilor Hitchin?
And I think one of the things is, especially if we're looking at trying to expand like safe parking, we may want an RFP that says we're going to do a shower bus, and we've already done this, by the way. So, but we're going to get another one, and they're going to go out and provide, because we've got 5 more sites, we need another shower bus. Like those are the kinds of things. But if we're not talking about where they are, who's doing what, we could end up duplicating services, wasting money, things like that. So that's where I look at really pulling people, having somebody who is not the controller, but it controls the knowledge. Like I know where all the things are and what's going on, and they're able to have those conversations with Aspen Court versus the Ording Veterans Village versus Tacoma Rescue Mission, and really be the expert about where the gaps are and where we need to go and focus next. And because again, we have ongoing funding that we have available to do some investment in that. But if we just keep throwing at the same programs, are we actually going to get in? Like, are we going to see an end? And so that's where are gaps? Where are things going well? What's missing? Do I need case management who's going from site to site to site? Do I need EFN or like a food source going to each site? Do I need to create a system where people are showing up and dropping off meals? Like, but those are the things that take that coordination part that I think this entity could help facilitate, as opposed to the city of Tacoma or by themselves trying to coordinate outside of the city limits. So then you only get those services if you're in the city of Tacoma, but they're absolutely needed to the success of our safe parking sites in unincorporated Pierce County. Does that make sense? Like the whole coordination aspect of it is really what I'm looking for.
Councilmember Cooper?
Thank you, Chair. I just was curious, do we have an inventory of the many different organizations that provide services that are not the nonprofits that we minister to? And regarding some of the faith-based or the churches, a lot of them, it's a staffing issue, and they are already stretched in doing philanthropic work that they do. At my church, there's a program, Kids Out of Cars, and they have others. And I know of some friends that volunteer in Federal Way, and learning what the successes are of these other organizations, if there's a way to contribute to them without the strings, so they can continue in the successes that they have, perhaps that could be an avenue to add more to. I don't know if we'd even be able to do that or not, but there are a lot of successes out there that we may not know of that would, perhaps the coordinator, the Homeward Bound, could do outreach and learn about that.
Good idea.
Thank you, Chair.
Anything else on homelessness before we move on? Ms. Merrick, are we missing? It easily bleeds into the next one in my mind. There's a strong connection. I'll just mention, I'm really nervous about the lack of resources we have for rental assistance. We really relied on federal government, state government dollars for rental assistance during the pandemic. It got really well subscribed to. It really kept people housed. We've heard tremendously how we want to keep people from falling into homelessness. We have to keep people housed to begin with. And that's really common sense, but the data got really clear, right? But especially with the rental assistance program. And the rental assistance program at the federal government largely expended. We don't have a new source of revenue locally for rental assistance. Yet we have lots of people who need rental assistance still. And I think when we listen to the briefings in the select committee on homelessness, one of the cheapest ways to resource this system is to keep people housed and not have them fall into homelessness to begin with. And one key strategy is rental assistance, right? Like funding people after they fall into homelessness is so expensive. It's way less expensive to keep people. So I'm nervous, very nervous about, our portal our rental assistance portal for our very modest amount of resources we do have for rental assistance has been down for 5 weeks. Does the department need an IT person to manage the portal? Do we need a new software system? Why it's been down for 5 weeks? And then this portal that was down for 5 weeks, everyone, as I understand it, several constituents who have reached out, the folks who were in the portal, all the information went away. So if you were in the portal and had been in the portal for 5-6 weeks, all the information went away. So you might think that you're hanging out waiting for someone to call you to move you through the system for rental assistance, and you're nearing an eviction and you're waiting, no communication. And then maybe after you've called 5 times, you've come to find out that your information no longer exists in the portal and it all disappeared. You can imagine that's incredibly frustrating and nerve-wracking for if you're in that situation. So I'm very nervous about all of that. Councilmember Denson?
Just a quick question about that. I thought we contracted with 2 organizations to do our rental assistance. I think Metropolitan Development and Care and Share. So wasn't that information given to them to?
They go through the portal first, right? And then can you help, Ms. Merrick?
Yeah, so my understanding is that they apply, if a person needs eviction prevention assistance or rental assistance, they would apply through the county's portal. And then once they make it through the eligibility process, they are then referred to one of those 2 providers.
So they're not getting referred at this point.
They're not getting to the front door, right?
Thank you.
So moving us into the housing, I brought up rental assistance because it straddles homelessness and housing. So moving us to housing, the 1 pager on housing. Again, we have the council priorities at the top. We have a high level summary of some of the major items in the executive's proposed decision packages related to housing here. There's a focus on the Community Development Corporation and some other requests here by the executive. Then towards the bottom, it reminds us about the funding that's available through the housing NOFAs. We just approved one on Tuesday as a reminder. We authorized spending for $6.2 million just this last week. And you're reminded of that funding in the chart on the back page of this 1 pager. And then we are set to get the Maureen Howard Affordable Housing Act funding plan delivered to us by December 1, and then determine what we do with that draft plan and authorizing that NOFA to go out after we approve the funding plan. And then a reminder here, in ARPA, the executive's proposal continues support for housing availability NOFAs that were already put on the street. And many of those need to be reappropriated because these are big capital projects that are multi-year affordable housing developments. So they naturally take multiple years to move through design and construction. So the suggested discussion here, how does what we have heard from the executive address the goals of our housing action strategy? How does the proposal meet the council's priorities? What is missing? And then in particular, one of the major items in the executive's proposal is proposing 5 new affordable housing FTEs. Is the executive's proposal what we envisioned for staffing the additional capacity needed, especially as it relates to the Maureen Howard Affordable Housing Funds that we envision starting to get out into the community beginning next year? I'll open it up for thoughts. Councilmember Denson.
Thank you. I hate to start again. We tried to pause. Okay, affordable housing strategy. One of the action items or recommendations I believe that was called out is that we resource the Community Development Corporation with some dollars. My impression of this group is it's supposed to kind of operate like a business and be a little bit more responsive to opportunities, either for housing development or housing preservation. And but that they don't have any money to really do anything. I appreciate the staff person in the budget, but is there anything in the budget to actually give them some money so that if an opportunity comes around, for example, to preserve some affordable housing, I'll use the example that I have in my district, is a senior manufactured home park that is going to be sold and properly developed into $1 million homes. Here's affordable housing that we're going to lose. I'm sure there's lots of examples of that and other types of preservation projects. So I'd be interested in seeing them having some money to work with, to give low interest loans. I mean, they're not necessarily granting money. They're going to be recouping some interest, but enabling the preservation of some housing or creation of housing.
They need some seed capital to do projects with. It's one thing to have program staff, to your point. It's
Are they gonna do
what
anything?
resources do they have to actually be actionable and try to solve problems?
And we can't always wait for these grants to come around. And if somebody's selling a piece of property, a mobile home park, for example, they're not going to wait 2 years for the nonprofit to apply or the residents to apply for money and get through the process, the contract. No, they're going to sell it like this to whoever is ready to buy.
Some jurisdictions seed a capital fund that turns into like a revolving loan fund. I know you know this, but some jurisdictions use their community development block grant dollars to seed a capital fund and turn it into a revolving fund to do projects such as what you're noting. Other thoughts on how the proposal meets the council's priorities and what's missing? Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I think I completely concur that the CDC, that once I realized that it was not our CDC, that took a second, but kind of learning more about what they have the capability of doing and what their interest is, and kind of the resumes of the work that they can do. We have a lot of single family homes that have the possibility of, especially Parkland, Spanaway, Midland, I think the South Hill area, with the way that we have redevelopment possibilities there, that if those go online, I'll use my house as an example. My house could be subdivided into 4 houses. Like there's enough property where you could take it and build 4 and sell each as a unit with our new zoning codes. And so you take one home, you turn it into 4, make them affordable through the work of something like the CDC. We have fantastic opportunities, but that's not what a developer is going to do with that property. They would come in and probably just put another single family home on, or they'd put 2 giant homes on. It wouldn't be affordable. So thinking about some of the infill we're going to be doing, that I think that's something where I think the CDC, as we're really developing some of these community plans, would be really powerful because of the expertise they bring to the table. So I think the staffing is important to keep in, but they do need funding. The other part is, so that was a lot to say, I agree. The other part is I really think about some of our most vulnerable communities and how we support increasing the number of homes for seniors as they're downsizing. How do we keep seniors from ending up homeless, ending up injured, and then in our medical system, and then in recovery and or possibly death? And we know that we have an aging population, and the type of housing you have for somebody who lived in a single family home on a 5-acre lot out in Roy or outside of Roy, but needs to downsize, where do they go? And that's where I see something being able to build smaller, affordable units kind of sprinkled everywhere with a focus of here's where we're gonna, place for mom, right? The place for dad, where they can downsize and live in their community with dignity and really think about how they do that. So one of the things that I'm hoping with the RFP when this kind of all goes through is really thinking about how do we encourage people to develop single family or mother-in-law or ADUs or smaller communities, not 150, not a big giant thing, but just smaller sprinkled around housing units for seniors who are downsizing and wanting to stay in their community. And I think that would really help as thinking long-term for our housing, because then the house that they had, the 5-acre house with the single family home is on the market. And if we can then latch onto that and use that to then redevelop and have more homes or make sure that it stays affordable, just kind of the swapping of things and looking at how we can play that. But I need somebody who's really thinking and looking for all of that. Does that make any sense?
I think so. You're thinking those are tasks maybe for CDC staff, maybe called out priorities somehow
Well,
in
and-
Marine Howard dollars.
And we have all of these. So one of the things is I saw a lot of human beings and I didn't figure out how I got units out. So that was one of my concerns. This is a lot of people. And so how are all of these FTEs going to get units out in Pierce County? What do I get for the 10.5 people as far as units? Because that's a lot of people pulled off the top. And so I think that's my thing. I want to know what I'm getting for these people. And some of them are clear, like the people who are doing the energy assistance and that kind of stuff. The SHAPE program, I know that one makes sense. So it was really the top two, understanding really what they're going to do and how that's going to increase the number of units.
Commissioner Kimball.
Still working on, you prompted me on something that I've been working on myself for a couple of weeks now, and I'm not sure how I'm going to get it into the budget, probably a pilot project or a study, and that is allow, I don't even know if we can do it, I have to go to state, but allow doctors to prescribe housing, to write a prescription for housing. Housing is expensive, $2,000 a month. If you're a homeless senior and you end up in the emergency room, you're going to pay way more than $2,000. You already likely have, and many of these seniors are on medications that cost $5,000, $6,000 a month. But if they were housed, they might not need all that medication. And quite simply, the prescription of spending the dollars to house them drops their medical costs significantly. And in the long run, it's cheaper for the insurance company when they have someone with chronic issues to pay for a safe, clean place for them to live where they can make sure they have their medicines on time than trying to fix all the problems that happen, even if they experience 2 weeks of homelessness. And this being tried in some other areas. So it sounds kind of, how can you prescribe housing, but it's extremely cost effective for medical insurance providers for what they would have to pay otherwise. So I don't know how we can look at that, but at least nexus for some chronically ill or seniors who are facing homelessness. Partnering to find a way that working with medical providers to find a much more cost-effective way to render those services. So headline is allowing doctors to prescribe housing.
Ms. Merrick, I believe you've tracked some of this in the last session. There's a bill in the legislature, Apple Health and Homes, to allow Medicaid dollars to be used for this very concept.
Yeah, so it was a bill that passed in 2022 legislative session called Apple Health and Homes. I think it was Representative Chop's original intent was to prescribe housing. The bill as passed creates funding for clients who are receiving Medicaid funded permanent supportive housing. So it dedicates a fund within Commerce to build the housing, because how do you prescribe housing if you don't have the housing supply? So it dedicates a fund, capital fund within Commerce that's for people who are receiving permanent supportive housing services that are funded by Medicaid.
So there's a good funding source, making Medicaid eligible for this concept of housing as a prescription. To Vice Chair Campbell's point, what do we think we might need to do to make sure that people in Pierce County are making themselves eligible for those dollars? Have we put do we understand it well enough to see if there's anything there for us to make ourselves more competitive to that?
Is that a question for me?
Sure.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what's happening with that at the county level. I'm just looking at what was approved in the 2023 NOFA. So what council just got for that $6.2 million. And there are some rehab, some adult family homes. So it looks like the county is investing in services or in capital or operating for housing that serves Medicaid funded clients.
Yeah, thank you for noting that. I'm building off of Vice Chair Campbell's ideas. I just wanted to remind us about this state opportunity, major funding source, making Medicaid eligible. How do we position ourselves to take advantage of that, or have our community-based organizations take advantage of that? I just wanted to lead us to a real funding source for this, I think, a good idea at the state. Councilmember Cruver.
Thank you, Chair. This is such a big issue. I feel as if we've got like an unfunded mandate to take care of a growing low-income population. And I look at how expensive things have gotten because of state rules. And when I look at, we have the need for the housing, yet to build that house, such as you had mentioned, the need for an HVAC system and what it costs to do an HVAC system now because of the new rules that are the most stringent in the country. It puts a big burden on our taxpayers that are paying for these things. I don't know what answers are, but my heart kind of took a leap, thinking we can prescribe homes when we don't have the houses there to do it. I don't think we own a workforce that can pay for these taxes to do this. And I guess I want to look more at, where can we give leniency in allowing homeowners that have property where they can build an ADU? How can we lower the cost to incentivize for them to build that? There's a piece of property that I would love to do a lot line division, but because of constraints on the lot, you can't build anything. So because of what I would call artificial constraints, we're not allowing ourselves to be able to do more at a lower price to help more folks. And to add on, maybe there is something we can do to help where there are mobile home parks that they are getting priced out of that, because you've got a developer who may want to come in and just buy that, and we're losing that. I have friends who I would not consider to be low income, but they have kind of aged out. And I stopped at an estate sale and I'm like, what? Well, they can't afford the taxes on that and live on what they have saved for their twilight years. And, I think that's wrong, that it is headed that way. Then I don't know where they're moving to, maybe an assisted living place. But anyhow, I want to be mindful of, all of these helpful things, the taxpayer that has to provide the dollars for this. I don't want to add them to the list of having to find housing for. So just some precaution. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Campbell.
To be clear, what I was looking at was partnering with private organizations, private insurance companies. So in the case of your friends, the insurance company might have been paying the taxes for them on that property and they could have remained living there because it was medically better for them to remain living in the house than to be moved somewhere else. So there were Regions Blue Shield as part of their bigger healthcare plan, getting Regions to pay the taxes on that property for them to keep them housed because they're more medically stable and they will have tens of thousands less in healthcare expenses than they would for expenses to stay in that house. So it isn't about necessarily dropping it on taxpayers. It's about trying to create a system that allows really medically fragile people to stay housed and working with their current medical providers.
If I may, Chair. just-
Quickly, we have to get through a few
In
more
the sense,
sections.
medical, we've had insurance companies that move out of states because they can't afford things, because those expenses that they are incurring will be passed on to their.
It will cost them less. They will save money.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I might, in addition to other ideas about how to the point of how do we make sure that, especially the eight FTEs, especially that are the new 8 FTEs working in the housing space, how do we get to keeping people in their homes from falling into homelessness? How do we get new unit creation and not just people sitting in government buildings, which not trying to be flippant, but we want unit creation and we want people preserve their home. Really invite ideas that people have about how we ensure that is this the right complement of staffing? Are they doing the right things? Do we want them to really look at this Apple Health and Homes program at the state as a new fund? Do we really want one of these new FTEs to really see if there's something there to bring dollars home to Pierce County? Other ideas, I think we need people's good ideas about how to make sure we get to unit creation with this FTE count or a different FTE count that we might feel more comfortable with. Councilmember Herrera.
So is that an FTE question or is that a proviso on what that FTE does?
I don't know. I'm trying to
All right.
cause that conversation. Maybe a little both, but maybe a little more on the proviso end. I don't know. I'm trying to invite that conversation. Councilmember Denson.
Yeah, I don't have the answer. This is a tough question, but thank you for asking it. Because as the county, we are not developing affordable housing. We are contracting with other organizations to develop that affordable housing. So how do we get to more housing? Well, obviously having more money is great. And then the other sticking point is getting the contracts through maybe faster. I think another sticking point, just from what I've heard, that the contracting one's a big one, is the permitting process, moving through the process, because time is definitely money for these projects. So I don't have the answer, but I appreciate your question, because are these the right FTEs? Do we need more FTEs? Do we need people that are just moving the contracts through faster? I don't know.
Do we need them working on specific programs, to Councilmember Herrera's point? Do we need to be a little bit more directive of, I'm really just causing conversation at this point. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the things that we've heard again and again is the going through the system to build. And so wondering if one of these FTEs was really the handhold for going through our permitting system, to make sure that as soon as someone's awarded funding, they're there first day, here's where you go. Like, and hopefully they know all these things, but they're going to be the one that's like calling and making sure that things are going through. And if they're right away alerted when there's issues.
Concierge.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. We need a affordable housing concierge service, the county. I like that.
Like Costco does.
Councilmember Morel?
Yeah.
Electronics, they used to anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I might be wrong, but I think low-income projects moved to the top of the list. It pals right now. I could be wrong, but I got that interpretation when
Sounds
I
like a
was
great
talking
proposal.
that if there's a low-income project in Pierce County, it goes to the top list, kind of like an executive priority project. But, you know, there again, you know, and I will talk about vintage developers and inland developers. They all work off the same model. And vintage developers, which was built majority, while inland builders builds for vintage, has developed more low-income housing than anyone in unincorporated Pierce County. Work out of California, they have a staff of 8 people that manage a real estate portfolio with billions of dollars in multiple states. And they have learned to run lean, to run mean, and they're very focused. They have their lane that they follow in. How can we clear more lane capacity for them so they're not building 2,000 units in King County and Snohomish County, and keep them down here in this area? And, you know, we've had multiple discussions with Vintage, and of course, they work off tax credits that the state provides, and Pierce County only gets so much.
We're going to change that because we passed the Marine Howard Affordable Housing Act. We're going to make ourselves more competitive for those tax credits.
But yeah, and there again, if we could do that, but, you know, I think there is a way that we could open the tap a little bit more, get a balance between what is being built versus, you know, rent subsidies. So, you know, eventually we tip the scale a little bit, and they can move into these housing projects, and you know, that way we don't have to deal with rental assistance necessarily. But like I say, that's a challenging dilemma that we're in, because so many of these projects take rated blended dollars, because we're not going to be able to pay 100% for someone to build out 200 units. But you know, there is a lot of challenges that we need to navigate through. And I agree with you, is, you know, once we get to PALs, you know, are they able to push these projects through?
Well, also
They
the
have
health
staff through
department.
that, whoever it is, because we all get the same complaints. And is that going to get us closer to our goal, quicker turnaround on these projects? 2 cents. 2 cents.
Good discussion. I really want to encourage folks to read the short description of the purpose of the 5 FTEs as summarized in the executive's DP. And think about how we might make sure they're doing the right functions. That last one in particular here, Councilmember Denson, to your point, 1 program specialist FTE for the CDC to explore possible sites for development and oversee acquisition of those sites. To your point, with what capital are they going to oversee acquisition?
How are they going to acquire anything?
Yeah. So just really want to make sure folks are helping think about that. Councilmember Cruver, and then we need to get through 3 more sections here in the Human Services budget before lunch. Councilmember Cruver.
Got a question on the ARPA dollar on the backside. It has additional 200,000 reappropriated for the land trust. Is that make it 400, or it's just the same 200? Okay.
Same 200, and the NOFA should be closing soon.
I believe it did close, and they're reviewing applications right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else on housing at this time? Please put your good ideas down on the worksheet. Okay, we're at procurement. Human Services procurement. They've heard loud and clear that procurement is a ongoing frustration and priority. They've been working hard on this, no doubt, along with the finance department. And so I think this is a very good faith attempt to be responsive to that frustration. So the council identified a priority around procurement process improvement. It's not mentioned in our priorities document, but it's something that the council has expressed in numerous ways, numerous times over the past couple of years. So while not an express priority in any resolution we've adopted, it clearly is a top priority for the council. The executive's proposal is trying to be responsive to this, and we see the grant accounting assistant to eviction prevention, the grant accountant to in 2 new grant accountants and then a grant accountant assistant. So you see the new FTEs there. And then towards the bottom of the memo, how the position is split up to work in different funds. So that reminds us how these FTEs are split up to work across different special revenue funds. Flipping the page, the suggested discussion here, again, underlining that procurement is an ongoing frustration and concern of the council. We wanted to lift this up and ask, do the added fiscal staff FTEs and the description of the procurement and contracting specialists address council's contracting and procurement concerns? Are there other options council would like to consider for addressing our procurement concerns? Thoughts? Councilmember Hitchin?
So I know it's a different budget, but I feel like there's a position in, I think, the prosecuting attorney's office that was part of this. And one of the things that we heard with procurement is not just the human services side. And so wondering about, are there, as a contract goes through the system, have we with this and then possibly the prosecuting attorney, have we addressed all of the different places where it gets stopped? Because I know one of them was also the executive's office. Don't know how to fix that one. So but I don't know if there's any others. I know prosecutor, I know in human services, I know the executives. Is there another place that a contract goes that isn't addressed in here? And so we spend all of this on all these people, but we don't actually fix the problem because there was this other spot that we didn't know and we didn't invest in. So something probably to think about before we kind of finish that would be a good thing to make sure there isn't another
Bottleneck.
Stop.
Yeah.
Risk, I think, has come up before and they aren't addressed in any of these.
And we'll follow up with Director Robinson offline. We'll make sure. I think we've asked a few times now, is there concurrent review going on, through Workday or whatever the system is? So risk is reviewing it as the same time the executive's office is reviewing it. Things just like stacking up weeks upon weeks, just to make sure we have an understanding of the concurrent review that can hopefully happen when appropriate. To your point. Something else we've thought about is a procurement work group. Might need consultant, third-party consultant services so that we have community-based organizations coming together in a work group, maybe co-led or staffed by Finance Department, Human Services, to continue to listen to the provider community about what their frustrations are in procurement, get their ideas, hopefully invite more communication between providers and county staff so that there's more appreciation for, look, providers, your stuff needs to be more complete. And when your stuff is not complete, it slows down the system. And I don't know, we need to do more training for providers so your stuff is more complete. So that when you get into the system, we can do the contracting review. I've heard that. We've certainly heard that things take inordinately long on our end, even when complete. But we've thought about a procurement work group maybe it might need some modest resources, again, a third-party consultant to support these discussions for a few months or so to really tease out where are the bottlenecks, how can processes be improved for overall implementation. Also, continuing to explore maybe in that procurement work group, continue to explore the conversation that's been raised to us by the provider community around administrative rates. Providers need higher administrative rates in order to keep the lights on and keep professional staff doing all the things to run these agencies. The administrative rates are really, really low, and they, with escalating costs of rent and insurance and utilities and audits and all of the professional services it takes to run an organization, the admin rates are woefully inadequate to professionally staff these community-based organizations that we're relying on to deliver critical services. So that work group could also help host that conversation and see what recommendations might come to the department, the executive, and the council in that regard as well. And also, all things related to procurement and working with community-based organizations. Councilmember Denson.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts on that. I would suggest if we do move forward, that maybe we engage like a lean consultant, somebody that can take a completely different look, somebody maybe not in human services, not in government. One of these, I mean, these lean folks, they're amazing what they come up with, that you're like, oh my God, how do we not think of that? We're doing things in a way that we don't need to be doing. So that was my first suggestion. I've also heard from some of our vendors, some of our grantees, that they're concerned about expressing their frustration because, they're competing against they don't want to be labeled a troublemaker. So I think we need to address that somehow. And then I just have concerns about our nonprofit leaders in particular, and business leaders that we're working with, are just so time constrained, and we already are asking them to participate in lots of different advisory groups. And just to be sensitive, maybe it's time limited, maybe it's 3 meetings. It's not an ongoing thing that happens all year. I don't think they've got time to participate in one more group unless it's really, really targeted. Thank you.
Really appreciate that. This is a very high frustration that I think there's lots of interest by a few who will speak for the human services community.
Okay.
But hopefully this doesn't need to be a never-ending thing. I would hope 3, 4, 5 meetings. I've expressed to the executive and to Director Moss concern about retribution that has been expressed to many of us from providers. When they speak up, they feel like there'll be retribution to them. I've expressed that several times to the executive and Director Moss about that fear, and that fear is real. Other thoughts, comments on how we attempt to improve procurement through this next biennium? Really appreciate the Finance Department and Human Services Department being responsive to this high need. And there's been some good thinking for us here. So we know this has been heard. Thank you. We have 2 more to get through before we break for lunch. We're at senior centers, human services, senior centers. Senior centers are not mentioned as a specific priority for the biennial budget. But of course, it falls naturally into several different areas, especially around the council's broad priority around livability and some other areas. So while this is not called out super specifically, many of us think about our senior population is incredibly important, and certainly falls into some of our major priorities here. The executive's proposed budget maintains the amount of funding for senior centers as the current biennium. So from the general fund, $1.1 million, $100,000 for admin, and $1 million for senior centers. Broken out as we've as we're used to historically, there's no suggested change here in the executive proposal. $800,000 through the NOFA process and $200,000 reserved for unincorporated centers that apply to the NOFA process. So that's how the $1.1 million is being recommended. You see the breakdown in the chart below. The department went through a NOFA process, and the recommendations were presented to the Council's Health and Human Services Committee at the beginning of this month. The recommendation is in the chart noted here. How would council like to address the gap between the demand for funding and amount allocated in the executive's budget? What's missing? What's council's thoughts on this proposal? Anyone going to make a pitch for more money, less money? Councilmember Denson.
I would like make a pitch for more money. I would like to see at least an additional 250,000 per biennium going to senior centers. We've got the data on the number of seniors we have in Pierce County and how that population is growing. And I don't think we are resourcing these folks. And it is a extremely vulnerable population. To Councilmember Campbell's point, these senior centers really actually help keep seniors in their homes, keep them healthy. I won't belabor the point, but I think we need more money for senior centers.
Any other thoughts? Councilmember Herrera.
Question, of course, we always want to help our seniors. But I mean, was it always government kind of funding the seniors, or they have different avenues of funding? I just don't know if we're doing more than before, or we're staying at the maintaining, or I don't know.
This 1.1 million is the same, at least as the last biennium. I don't know about previous bienniums. Approximately how many bienniums is the 1.1 million state consistent?
Just the last biennium or two, it was raised to be, traditionally, we were in the neighborhood of $200,000 or $300,000 a year for a lot of years. If you go way back, it would go up a little bit. It went down during the recession, Great Recession, and then kind of went back. And then there was a working group, and it came up with the $500,000 per year. So this is flat funding. I'd have to go back and look. We'd have to go back and look, but it's a little bit higher than it's traditionally been.
It does, these dollars
This
do
is
not
what it's
pay
gonna-
all the cost of running these senior
Yeah,
centers.
no,
It's
none.
leverage. They raise money other ways.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Chair Campbell.
I hear Denson's 250,000, and I'll see that and probably raise it to 500,000. The reason being is we really fell about halfway short of their requested amounts this biennium. And she talked about every biennium, so next biennium will be even higher. And we know that not every senior organization applied. And we know that there's other centers or others could start over the next 2 years. And I think we need to, I think I'd like to see us perhaps as much as continued funding, perhaps a startup fund for helping senior centers establish within the first few years. Because we expect them to kind of appear out of nowhere and perform for a few years. And then if they're able to survive without any help, now we'll help you, which is nice because we'll help them get to the next level. But I think we'd be better off so we help 5 of them get started and 4 of them make it. 1 of them doesn't. Because they're not always, not everything, but that's 4 more that are up and going. And perhaps find ways to help them diversify their funding sources.
Thank you. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to appreciate Councilmember Campbell's up on that. I never really used to care about the seniors so much because I just was involved in it.
Can we go to lunch now? Just leave it right there at that.
This is being recorded, Councilmember.
That's okay. It's just, as you age, you realize the importance and what they add to society. And, they've paid their dues for many years. And here they are in the twilight years. And even if there are those who are well-positioned, they may be alone in life. And this is their way to engage in society. And when I think back how in a small town, there's usually a community center of some sort, but out in the rural areas, we don't have community centers, particularly in the Graham-Kapowson area. Eatonville itself has a facility. I don't know what they charge for renting, but it's easier to do that and out in the other areas where it's more difficult for them to have a better quality of life, which I know that is a goal for quality of life. Having the ability to at least help start these folks and grow and it's not like there's, a rich organization that can set this up and fund it. In my hometown, there is a rest home that a family put into trust for this assisted living, senior home, etc. So having more dollars to help folks be involved, they can teach the younger some of the history, some of the old tricks to, make it to the twilight years, things like that. And I think it behooves us to be able to have a system set up to help them continue. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Continue to invite folks to put their ideas about where we find that money. The big need, just it's a big part of our growing population.
How much is the budget for the executive's office?
1.1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, for the executive's office. Oh, I don't know that. So I thought you meant this proposal. Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, clarify or ask a clarifying question. This funding, the way it's set up, this is 5 years of continued funding as it's written in here. I know it doesn't technically say that, but when they do their applications, I thought it was a 5-year allocation or 4-year.
Yes, so the way it's in the code, it is a 4-year, but because of the biennial budget and contracting, it's all subject to appropriation and based on performance. So I think they have contract language that indicates this can be 4 years if you perform and the money is appropriated. So the intention is that it would be for 4 years, but that it's not appropriated that way. It's only appropriated in the budget for 2 years and the contracts indicate that.
Okay, so for some of these where there were questions raised or the applications, and like if we were to add funding, we're not committing for 4 years. They would just want to make sure. Thank you.
Councilor Coover.
Thank you, Chair. That is, I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that some of the parameters that are in the program for this funding in this manner, it knocks out in my area because they don't have the history to do that. So it could be maybe in a way rewritten that for assistance for startup senior centers. So thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Campbell.
So this was for a 4-year funding. So were the amounts requested we see here a 4-year request or a 2-year request?
It's a 2-year.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure they weren't applying for 4 years because they were told that this would be for 4 years and I got transferred through, that we made sure that they understood it because it was obviously other confusions in this process. That some of them weren't thinking, hey, this will be my 4-year ask, but it fell in looking like a 2-year. So
The way the information was presented to committee was actually an annual number. So they gave us a by year request. But so that's why this looks different than what was
I was
presented to
confused.
committee. Yeah. And Rebecca just pointed out, I have a typo in the Graham Senior Center. So that unincorporated allocations, 28,574, that was the recommended amount. The amount you see, that 14,000 was what was presented in committee, and that was the annual one. So we multiplied all these by 2 to get the biennial appropriation.
okay, thank you. Just wanted to be sure.
Thank you. Okay, one more conversation before we break for lunch. The final section of human services that we wanted to call out for budget retreat discussion is the taxpayer accountability and youth violence prevention funds, youth and young adults. Big area of priority, we summarize at the top of the memo. Taxpayer accountability fund in the executive's proposed DP, 0.66 new FTE. You see how that's broken out for an office assistant and a grant accountant. And then out of the fund, dollars for ECAP and dollars to finance to manage for procurement specialists to manage contracts. Executive proposed funding for the PASTA and youth violence prevention funds. You see it summarized here down at the bottom. About 11.3 million is available for the next biennium for the PASTA NOFA. NOFA currently being drafted by the Birth of 25 Advisory Board, not released yet, actively being drafted by the Birth of 25 Advisory Board. Council will recall, we sent a letter in the summer expressing some of our priorities. It was not meant to be an exhaustive list of our priorities, but some of our priorities for their thinking as they develop the NOFA. And then a reminder at the very bottom of page 1 about youth violence prevention allocation committee NOFA, 1.37 million put out in that NOFA, and recommendations were presented to the Council's Health and Human Services Committee on October 3rd. There's project details in the budget book about those recommendations for the competitive portion of the youth violence prevention dollars as recommended by the allocation committee. There are dollars to be allocated per council district. Again, we're going to ask Rebecca to facilitate a process to get the amounts per council district, the amounts and the entities per council district. Rebecca will facilitate that. We'll put that in an amendment as directed by each council member. So top of page 2 of this memo, $542,000 youth violence prevention funding for direct council allocation. That's a biennial number, and that is directed by each council member and has to be spent in unincorporated. Rebecca will walk you through it, especially if you're new to it. Rebecca will hold your hand. Suggested topics for retreat discussion here. How do we think this is responsive to council's priority? What's missing? Do the identified priorities in the PASTA RFP that came out of committee, does it meet our objectives after further review? And how would we like to appropriate the council's youth violence prevention allocation? On the council's, I'll just start at the bottom if I can. How to appropriate the council's youth violence prevention allocation? I suggest Rebecca work with all of you. You put numbers and organizations to Rebecca and we throw it in the amendment and we approve the amendment. If there's any disagreement with that, let me know, but that's the proposal of how to deal with the council's youth violence prevention allocation. Not seeing any disagreement on that. So let's open it up to how does the broader proposal, we don't have a proposal yet on PASTA. We have a NOFA to come with the Birth of 25 Advisory Group. We have a proposal on youth violence prevention funds from the allocation committee. How is all of this meeting council's priorities? What's missing? I'll open it up. Councilor Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question on ECAP dollars. Wasn't ECAP a federal program to start?
I believe it's a state program.
This one is?
It's through the Department of Children, Youth and Families. So I think it's mostly state funding. Head Start, I think, is the federal program.
Okay, thank you.
But so the state pays for some of it, but there are administrative costs for ECAP that fall on the county.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that I've heard from the Birth to 25 board is about having a coordinator, having somebody who's really thinking about youth holistically and trying to connect some of the different ways that the county engage with our youth. And the Birth to 25 board has been kind of wrestling with some of the how to do their work. They've had a variety of different support staff over the time that they've been in fruition. So, and they will be under a new chair next year. And they've had people going in and off, but the end of it is that we know that in our communities right now, we're having escalation in youth violence. We know that our school districts are telling us they're hurting. We know that we're hearing from our hospital systems that we have kids that are being hoteled in hospitals because they've got suicidal ideation. We have kids dying of fentanyl overdoses. And we have literally no one that works for Pierce County that talks about kids, that deals with kids. And I feel like that's something that we should be doing. It is not just the school district's job or the state's job, that I think that we need a county person to be talking about, working with, addressing and partnering with people about kids. And that's an FTE, that's a human being, which I know always gets touchy. But I really feel like that we are kind of in a youth crisis, and there are future residents and taxpayers. And I feel like we need to be doing better by them. And I don't think we have anybody doing that work for those kids right now. And we're asking all these other agencies to do that. And then we get to them when they're in Raymond Hall, and that's too late. So really, how do we coordinate some of this work and not keep pushing it out to others to do? I think we need to bring people to the table and have that conversation. So I just wanted to, that's something I'm planning on putting on there. Just thought I'd daylight it today.
Thank you for doing that. Councilmember Denson.
Yes, in regards to the funding priorities for the PASTA NOFA, these are all great. I'm wondering if we also want to consider adding specifically suicide prevention efforts among youth. I know that's an issue around the county. That could include mental health resources for school districts. I mean, that's just an idea. So maybe just the suicide prevention efforts, adding that as a priority would be a suggestion.
Thank you. I just add for conversation. It's a really important area, just to add for conversation that is a stated priority in the behavioral health improvement plan, and for a stated priority for the behavioral health therapeutic courts tax fund.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
Could definitely be overlap here. It's a big issue. I'll raise for, I'm going to encourage a hard stop at 12:05 because we have a hot lunch for everybody. And I know everybody needs a break. We haven't taken a morning break, but I'm going to raise for discussion here out of the PASTA account. The NOFA process with B to 25 is not aligning perfectly with our biennial budgeting process.
Yeah.
And there's stated priorities by the council, the Higher Pierce County program, the young adults paid internship program, the summer youth development program that we launched this last summer on the fly, childcare. We've expressed these to Birth to 25, but we have not pulled money off the top of the NOFA to say, no, we are going to do these things. These are priorities. We are going to do these things. We've sort of still left it in the hands of the Birth to 25 advisory group to bring back to us. I want to raise for conversation, how important is it to council? Should we take it off the top? Because we know we want to maybe match the ARPA proposal that's in the executive proposal for the Higher Pierce County program, the paid internship program. Do we just no debate? We know we want to do programming that the next 2 summers for young people during the summer to keep them out of trouble and have productive, safe places for young people. Do we just want to take it off the top and say it's off the top of this account, and Birth to 25 still please figure out how to get the dollars out the door, but we're reserving X amount of dollars for this purpose please work with partners and school districts and to get it out the door. I want to raise that for conversation before we break for lunch. Councilor Denson,
Oh, sorry, no.
okay,
Well, but I will say, yes, I like that idea. And I would also like to reserve some dollars for promoting childcare facilities and childcare capacity.
who else wants to comment on Councilor Herrera?
Just so I can understand, so you're saying the process, it's not lining up, they're not gonna be ready by the time we do this budget type thing? and
They haven't got the
we're just
NOFA
gonna-
out yet.
And so we don't really know what their priorities are, and we're just gonna take a shot in the dark, or just gonna throw them some money and say, figure this out? Is that what we're maybe discussing here a little bit?
A little bit. We've sent a letter expressing our priorities, hoping that they were already going to have their NOFA out the door by now and recommendations to us by now, but that's not lining up. They're still having discussion about putting the NOFA together. My sense is NOFA will be out December, January.
I think it's still in flux. I think they were aiming for mid next month. But the Birth to 25 board is still reviewing it. They will be presenting at the Health and Human Services meeting on November 7th. So we'll get more clarification then.
Retreat.
So
Is it 19th?
when they come out with their, they say it doesn't come through this budget, I mean, we can do amendments later. No, not with this stuff. I'm asking what the process is. so I
Good
can understand.
question. It's a very important question.
Okay.
Does anyone have, so we take money off the top from behavioral health to fund our courts, to do therapeutic court programs in Superior and District Court. We do this. This isn't new. We take it off the top to do some other stated priorities. And then we put the rest out for NOFA. So it's not a new concept. I'm trying to see if council is comfortable with doing that with the PASTA funds for these stated purposes. Councilman Morel?
Is there any restrictions as far as can council go in there and do whatever they want with the $11 million without the behavioral health or the Birth to 25 board agreeing to it? I mean, there's nothing that says we can't do that, is there?
The code around the Birth to 25 board, providing funding recommendations for PASTA funding, just says that they shall provide recommendations for funding for council. It would not preclude you from appropriating funding without recommendations. I will note there is the 350,000 transfer to ECAP for the ECAP admin did not have Birth to 25 recommend. They didn't recommend that. That just came from the executive.
That's an example of something off the top. As
Going
well as,
straight to ECAP.
yeah, that's an executive proposal to take money off the top for ECAP.
Right, so if we just said, okay, $2 million going to these projects, that's not gonna, we're not gonna violate any code or any process that's established in code.
Right, they would still need to go out for RFP, but the NOFA would be based on what council has identified as the priority.
Thank you.
Q. I'm gonna thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the very productive discussion in these 6 different section areas. I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch. When we come back from lunch, we'll pause and see. We did not have time to say, okay, we caused conversation in these 6 areas of the human services budget, but is there just one more, anything at all in the human services budget that you want to talk about? And then we'll quickly transition to the public safety and legal and judicial areas. So we'll follow a similar format in the afternoon. Very very similar to what we did this morning, but focused on public safety and legal and judicial. Lunch is warm and in Tahoma. And thank you, my fault. Lunch is in our break room. Everyone is welcome to it in the break room behind chambers. So we're going to be at recess until 1:30. We'll be at recess until 1:30 PM.
Go through that.
Public safety. Mr. Bridges prepared these memos to help prompt discussion on the public safety elements of the budget. And I'm going to move through the order that is in our digital packet. So it starts with emergency management. There's no real detailed budget priority in the council's budget about emergency management. Of course, emergency management is important, and the department does a very good job. They're in the executive's decision package by the executive. There's a vacant assistant fire marshal position, added one emergency management program analyst. We probed about that a little bit in yesterday's session, as you recall. And then 2 limited duration emergency management coordinators that are added for mitigation planning. Those are both grant funded positions, those 2. But that one program analyst was general fund funded by the executive's proposal. And then there's this bigger conversation that every member is being communicated about. So that's the emergency management budget. We learned a lot yesterday. One of the fresher ones in our minds. The executive's budget transfers. I'm on to the retreat discussion prompt. The executive's budget transfers 4.4 million of the emergency communication sales tax revenue from South Sound 911 to the emergency communications network fund. If this is not approved, the fiscal impacts for 24-25 budget is as follows in the memo here. Councilor Denson, I think you might have some updated information. Are you okay if I put you on the spot to start this discussion?
Of course. Thank you, Chair. Well, I think the updated information, unless I'm not thinking of something, was what we received yesterday. Mr. Muth informed us that the 4.4 number should have been 4 million, right? And so that made a whole lot more sense to me because we knew that DEM had requested 3.6 million of South Sound 911, the board, which they denied. There's another $200,000 that has to do with this VHF overlay, which typically is done in a contract between the county and South Sound 911. And I think everyone's happy with that continuing. So that was part of this $4 million as an assumption that it would be approved by South Sound 911. And I talked to them this morning and they're totally fine with that staying in the budget as an assumption. I mean, it's only an assumption until the contract's approved, but I don't see any issue with that. Everyone's happy with that. And like Mr. Muth clarified for me, that's not being taken in advance. The South Sound 911 dollars from the 0.1% sales and use tax, that would all go to South Sound 911, and then South Sound 911 would pay the county DEM that $200,000 for the VHF overlay. So I think what needs to happen in the budget at this point is that we need to remove the 3.6 million, which is all the money that was going to go to subsidize the county 700 megahertz radio system users, if that makes sense. The 200,000 can stay in, the 3.6 million has to come out because that'll be part of the transfer that's agreed to in the interlocal funding agreement. Let me know if you have any questions. I know it's a lot.
There's special funds that we don't typically pay too much attention to. It's so I know it can seem confusing.
And just you know, and you heard yesterday, Director Ferguson mentioned that the reason that 3.6 is in the budget is that she had made the request to South Sound 911. Then she submitted, this is the way I understood it, she submitted her budget request to the executive, it got in the budget, and then South Sound 911 board denied it. So it was a timing issue. So it was already in the executive's budget. That's why it's in there.
We don't, so that's the issue. I think what I'm going to cause is conversation of, is there disagreement that we need to solve this issue? Councilor Morel, you can answer that question or any question you want to.
Answer another question.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we get it in writing. That
But what in writing?
They've agreed to the 3.6 and the 200.
The Southside 911 board has not agreed to 3.6. And they haven't agreed to the 200 yet either. That's done annually between the county and Southside 911, but they just said that they don't have a problem with that. They
With the
explicitly
200.
denied the 3.6.
3.6. So moving forward, they still are denying the 3.6.
Yes. I mean, at this point, they've denied it. I guess they could always reconsider it, but they are in their budget that they passed that you were there for. They've allocated that 3.6. I don't know what to, but it's part of their budget. So they were not anticipating giving that to the county.
So then does that just blow a hole in our budget? I mean, then I still believe that as the council, we still have authority over that 1/10 of 1%, since it's a countywide allocation. Or
Mr. Robinson may be able to speak to that, but it is my understanding, and I'm not an attorney, that we don't, that money must be transferred to Southside 911 unless it's explicitly agreed to in the interlocal funding agreement, or unless it's an agreement between the two parties, which, there's lots of that happens throughout the year. That's my understanding.
I think I would like a legal opinion on that, because
You don't
I
just
track-
want my opinion?
no,
So we do have a legal opinion. We're not going to talk about it in this open session. There's a legal opinion that I put in everybody's email boxes sometime in the last several days. Let's not talk more about the legal opinion in this open session. We do have a legal opinion.
okay, a new legal opinion?
Please read the email from me and then we can talk. So we don't have to talk about it in open session.
Right, I just,
There's a lot of communication flying around right now. Your inboxes are beyond full. Beyond full.
So just trust me, Dave. Just kidding.
yeah, I mean, other than that, then I'll just, other than,
I'll say
Yeah.
Ms. Blinn reviewed the previous legal opinion.
And there have been some discussions, some ideas for where we might be able to find funding to subsidize the county's radio rates. I think Chair Mello and Mr. Boki, there's been some emails about that as well.
It may not have to come from the general fund. No promises at this stage. Want to have this conversation first about this policy decision. What we've heard so far, we've gotten written communication from Southside 911. We have a board member who represents us there. So we're getting communicated to by chiefs and Southside 911. We had a discussion by DEM. Council needed to have a policy discussion, which we're having right now. How do we feel about what we've learned to date? I've put a legal opinion in your inboxes here. So have not figured out how to solve the problem yet, but wanted to have this discussion before Mr. Boki and I found a way to try to solve the financial problem. Not certain if it has to touch the general fund or not yet. I'm very worried.
It is a lot.
yeah, this is just gonna blow a huge hole in what we don't have. We can kind of fold up our tent, go home, if we can't resolve that issue. Thank you.
Vice Chair Campbell,
Maybe we need the executive session. I just need to understand. Is the tax collected by Southside 911 and then potentially sent to us, or do we collect it? And then we send it over to them? And when that tax was it voter approved or councilmanically?
voter approved.
So when it was voter approved, that's where the percentage numbers were set in by the voters?
There was an interlocal agreement that was put in place after voter approval to generate the revenue. There was years of operation one way after voter approval. One of the main things was debt service to pay the new Southside 911 and operations. And then radio system, two major functions for the voter approval. Several years into the revenue, the parties came into an interlocal agreement to define the financial relationship and the governance relationship. Would you agree, Councilor Denson? with-
Yeah, there was a couple different agreements. The history is complicated, and I think it would be good to have an executive session, and I think some of it is outlined in some of that material that Chair Mello has sent. But I'll just point out that the last interlocal agreement was only signed last year. It was signed in 2022, so it's not like we're dealing with something that's, 5, 6 years old.
And the specificity was not in the voter approved to Vice Chair Campbell's,
There were some purposes laid out. I
but
can
it doesn't
quote
get
them.
super specific. This is how much you do for towers and this is how much for radios, for police and fire and for debts, for building. It didn't get that specific. It stated purpose, general public purpose.
So, and the current amount it's being spent pretty much on radios and building.
Tower maintenance.
I don't know.
I mean, it just, do we keep paying for the building after they pay it off?
No,
There's a bond payment that's going to be retired soon for that, as well as some radios that Southside 911 paid for all of the agencies.
and as I understand it, one of the reasons the South Sound 911 board denied the request that is basically equaling the amount we're talking about. As I understand it, South Sound 911 board said, we don't want to keep throwing money after this to maintain the county's radio network. We are hoarding our money, my words, we're hoarding our money, saving our money to pay for this single system project, which is big, huge, and expensive. So we can't keep spending on all these nickel and dime things. My words, we need to save our money for this anticipated single system major project. That's why stop asking us for these 2 million here, 1 million there kinds of requests. That's the main reason as to why it was denied, as I understand it.
Yes, that is one of the two primary reasons. And they've been subsidizing the county system for years because in anticipation of the single system, and when there's a single system, there will be a single rate. So until we got there, they kept subsidizing the county, and it's gone on and on. And a lot of this was driven by the police and fire chiefs who said, this is our main priority, is having a single system. And we don't want to keep holding up the county system or any of the systems. We want to be working towards that single system. And then there was also some of the chiefs were expressing frustration that they didn't feel like it was fair. There's a funding formula that happens because all these agencies also pay into South Sound 911, and it's according to a formula that's agreed to. Everyone's, it's approved, agreed to. Well, with these funds that are going to help agencies, 700 radio agencies, those same funds aren't going to the 800 agencies. So there was a question of fairness. I think for a while it was okay, but there does not seem to be an end in sight without them kind of drawing the line in the sand with this single system, which we all talked about maybe a few weeks ago. So hopefully you understand how important that is to them.
So bring me to wrap my head, and there might be some executive session. Back to where we're at then here in budgeting. What was this? I mean, I'm reading this a little bit here, but my direct question is, when it was decided we're going to use this 4.4 in revenue, I have to think there was some direct line and we're going to use it to fund X, Y, and Z. I'd like to know what X, Y, and Z is, because otherwise, I mean, I don't want to be making cuts in completely unrelated departments when this was brought over to fund specificities.
Mr. Boki or Mr. Bridges, I believe we asked the question of DEM of what doesn't, maybe we just asked it last night. We just asked it last night. So we've asked that question. We're waiting for an answer.
So, I mean, does this cut? I'm
We
okay.
have it.
Van over there showing me something. What was the sheet I should be looking at?
The next sheet in your packet, just go down one page.
It's in the digital packet. There's more backup material in the digital packet.
Page 22.
I did not pull up the digital. Figured if we killed trees, we should at least honor them by reusing them.
Well, I think I can answer that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Jensen.
The 3.6 is the subsidy for all of the agencies that are on the 700 system. So this is the difference between what DEM says that it costs them to run the system and the rate that the 800 users are paying, which is obviously a lot less. So the 1.8 each year, the 3.6 million is the difference, so that DEM can charge the 700 users the same as the 800 users. Does that make sense? And there's a whole list of agencies, which I assume is what you were referring to, Mr. Boki, this list.
That list, that's what's in your pack.
So let's move to Councilmember Cruver.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just kind of, can we see the budget? We'll get a copy of the budget that they have for these dollars to understand, because my concern is the intent of the voter at the very beginning. What were they told they were getting versus what they are getting?
There's that layered onto legally binding interlocal agreements is the added complexity here.
Yeah, that's why I just want to be able to see it and compare and look. If we will get, if we can get those documents.
Councilor Jensen.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering which documents, the
The
$4
budget,
million?
What their budget is, the,
South Sound 911's budget? Yeah, I mean, I think that's a public document. And they're very confident that they're using the funds in the way that the Proposition 1 directed.
Okay.
And they were, working with the county. They've been working with the county. They still do work with the county. It's just that this decision, they decided they were no longer
it
interested in
just
doing
helps me to
this.
understand better.
Yeah.
And explain, so thank you.
Mr. Bridges will inquire about the South Sound 911 budget. Vice Chair Campbell.
So I'm looking at this list of the public safety radio cost increases. So is this, am I looking at Pierce County budget or South Sound 911 budget?
Pierce County.
So this is where we were going to be sending the money. Should we pull in the money from South Sound 911, we were going to be sending it out to Buckley, Eatonville, Faircrest, Fire Marshal, Big Harbor. We can all read this. So this is what we won't have funding for is,
But we weren't going to send it to them. We were going to subsidize their rate. So we were going to send them a cheaper bill. Because South Sound 911 is paying the difference,
so,
but more or less.
so if South Sound 911 does not send it, then all these departments will have to pay, one of which is the sheriff, Pierce County Sheriff, 1.4 million there. So we're still going to have to, it may not be a 400 hole. Oh. Radius, jesting. Oh, it's actually a lot bigger than that because that was just one. There are several sub under that, so.
The total on it, and they're all general fund, it's both sheriff and sheriff corrections would be a little over $2.2 million in this next biennium that the general fund would have to cover, unless we can find some other source.
Which we're looking at. I'm pushing Mr. Boki to not have to push the general fund here.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't need this now, and I know we've kind of discussed it, but now that we're really kind of diving into it more, and this can be written, but I would not just legal opinion, but why did finance or the executives team in designing this believe that this would work for us? And so that can be a written response. We don't need to, and it can be executive session response if so deemed appropriate, but lawyer side, I want to see the accounting justification for this. There's the legal justification. I want to see the accounting justification. So thank you.
Do members want us to plan an executive session for next week, or do you think you want to read the opinion I put in your inboxes and then decide if we want to take however much time it takes to have an executive session on the topic. What's the pleasure of the council? There is a legal opinion that's substantiated by the current DPA in your inboxes from, I can dig it up, but in the last week. Councilor Hitchin?
We briefly yesterday, I think, talked about possibly having South Sound 911 come and talk to us. Is that still on the docket? No? Okay.
I don't have it
mentioned
planned.
that Paul and, or Dr. Councilmember Herrera and I talked about maybe having them next year for public safety, so they can really talk about how they're fulfilling the objectives of Proposition 1 and all that they do. But that wouldn't be before the budget.
Okay. And then for the, I know I'm dodging your question, it's intentional. Never mind. Is there a requirement, or do we have an ILA with all of these smaller agencies? I know we're responsible for the sheriff's department, but I heard like Fircrest, like, is there anything requiring that we subsidize? Like, are there other ILAs out there that we will now be in trouble with that I'm not aware of?
I don't think so.
Councilmember Herrera?
And that's a real thing. I remember, I think we had negotiations with Tacoma and it wasn't negotiated out, and we we're going to get charged by every time we clicked the radio, and it was quite expensive for a small agency. And I remember the word was, do not use the radio unless you absolutely have to. And that's what will happen. Because it is a real thing. I mean, sometimes we're kind of like, we do use the radio, we're talking things, but I mean, that will be in back of people's mind. That was a few years ago, but I'm just saying the reality of boots on the ground. If some of these things aren't subsidized, smaller cities will, I'm not saying what they're going to do. I'm just saying what has happened in the past, or the mind thinking of it. Because this, you see the numbers, it's very expensive
Very expensive.
without it being subsidized. So I'm just bringing that to light, Chair.
Yeah.
Councilmember Morel?
You know, and I agree, a lot of these lists here are rural districts that have no taxing capacity. And they have all volunteers, and they use multitudes of radios, and have definitely the radio is the only way they can communicate. And if they're limited, I mean, it was just like Director Ferguson said, they could just quit paying and then see what happens, you know, because they don't have the ability to pay. So I'm going to hear from my folks, I guarantee you, they can't do it. But there again, I think there again, there's a bigger picture here that we need to resolve.
Yeah.
As you know, South Sound 911 county, in the systems users.
Okay, well, we chose the simplest one to start the afternoon session with.
And
we've resolved it?
Then go home.
I'm going to encourage members to read the DPA opinion. It is the foundation for an existing interlocal agreement. So I really think we all need that foundational information and understanding to continue the policy discussion. We certainly need to understand the financial implications of said decision. The finance team is here listening to the discussion. I'm confident they'll be able to be responsive with information to help us understand what the financial implications are, and options for dealing with it. So I know they're listening. And let's go from there. Everyone, please take the time to read the DPA opinion. Let's get some follow-up from the finance department. And we'll figure out how to revisit this, maybe tomorrow, maybe early next week. But I think this discussion has at least helped flush it out a little bit. Anything else on emergency management? We talked a lot about radios, which is important, and it's a big number, but anything else about what we heard? Okay, let's move to the medical examiner. The council identified for the medical examiner allocating funding and resources to begin addressing the impacts from the opioid crisis, establishing preventative pathways to avoid addictive behavior from developing opioid abuse is a stated priority of the council. And there's this executive DP that helps fund a fourth forensic pathologist, and in part gets funded 50% of those costs to be funded by taking opioid settlement funds off the top to pay for this purpose. And we're reminded in the box here about those costs. So general fund 366, opioid settlement about 355 for, these are doctors, right? These are expensive personnel. These are medical doctors. That's why it looks very expensive. It is expensive. But these are medical doctors. Hard to recruit and retain professions. Thoughts? I thought the medical examiner, that was the first time I sat through a presentation making that explanation. I thought she did quite a good job explaining the thinking and theory, justification. I'm interested to hear what others heard on that in particular, but anything else we heard about the medical examiner. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I said this morning during Human Services that I think doing something where basically we say we're willing to do this out of the opioid dollars this first time, but you're gonna and not call it a limited duration, because I still think there's gonna be a need, but maybe in 2 years we'll be doing $90,000 of additional autopsies a year and CT scans for other, by then maybe we will be bringing in the revenue, but I don't think, I guess I just want to make sure we're clear, do it now, yes, but don't expect this again.
Let's figure out how to do a budget note that, and we'll see if the body concurs, but in order to advance the conversation and express the idea, let's figure out how to do a budget note that expresses that legislative intent on the appropriation.
Revise it,
Yeah.
because they need to recruit. They need to be able to recruit.
Yeah, they need some certainty for the staff. Their job, I think my position would be their job needs to not be signaled as being on the chopping block, my opinion. So that there's some certainty in how to recruit this individual and retain this individual. But we can express, as Councilmember Hitchin, is some of the revenue ideas that we were briefed on yesterday. We can say the legislative intent is that new revenue that should come online with these new resources is intended to be supplanting the opioid dollars in the future.
Right.
Councilmember Herrera.
Councilmember Hitchin touched on exactly what I was going to talk about, using these dollars temporarily. And then to your point of can't recruit, we're just saying it's going to be part, but she did talk about, of the future and absorbing outside counties and things like that. And that having that fourth person would probably market that. I just don't know if there's a guarantee on that.
No guarantee.
But, our population is growing. We're at that cusp. She showed us that graph of where the association says where they need to be. We're right there. The county's projected to grow. This is the right path of moving forward, I think so. But it's important if we do proviso, that doesn't look like we're chopping it.
Yeah.
I don't think we get anybody.
Yeah, so we need to aware of the optics there. Also to the point of the morning session, the opioid dollars don't last forever. And if we need to be able to afford a fourth pathologist, a fifth pathologist in the future, we can't rely on opioid money to pay for pathologists. We got to figure it out. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. That's kind of in the same realm, but maybe in the proviso, in the event this information proves non-needed, or I don't know what word it would be, then it would be discontinued. If it's not
solve the opioid
right,
crisis.
if it's not, well, if the information does not bear fruit, then it would not be continued. If we're not learning anything to resolve issues, then we wouldn't continue. And that could be a caveat, the signal that, hey, your information isn't making things better. don't expect more.
Councilmember Morel?
Don't know if I agree with that, because then we get back to picking and choosing. As far as using the opioid settlement fund. I would prefer finding another source to fund this. That maybe we could do it in reverse, say, once we decide what to do with the opioid money, then we'll fund it out of that for the next biennial budget. You know, I just have a tough time saying, okay, we're gonna, this is our justification here, but over here, we're saying, no, we're not gonna fill these positions out of the opioid until we have a plan moving forward. So I'm a little bit concerned about the mixed message that we're sending. Is there another funding mechanism we could use that, because like you said, the opioid settlement money isn't gonna be there forever. And we're still gonna have to fund the positions. Maybe not beyond, but I don't think that they're just gonna go away. So I just have concerns about using that type of justification. That's my opinion.
Okay. Vice Chair Campbell?
I would, let's not think we can use the extra earned revenue to fund this position into the future. At best, we're probably looking about $200,000 a biennium in income from that position. It's a $750,000 position. So while it would help offset general costs within that department, it is not going to be a income producing or revenue neutral, although it does have its offsets. That being said, the 200 that is generated next biennium was not recognized. I have it on my sheet because, and to me, that should stay within the medical examiner, but supplant some of the general fund that was going in there. So that should be but a pittance against the greater. I've already spent it 3 times over. So, but as far as for this budget, it needs to get recognized.
The revenue needs to get recognized?
Yeah, it wasn't recognized in the creation of the budget. If you look under other governmental revenues, there was zeros are like $4,000, something. So if you
Mr. Bookie, could you follow up with Mr. Robinson to see if there's new revenue as was discussed
for
with the medical
services.
examiner in the,
I believe the medical examiner stated that it was not.
Yeah, I asked that question. She said
Okay.
it wasn't, but
Confirm that,
but yeah, if you look under charges for services revenue, it's 2,500. And I could see why she wouldn't recognize it, because if the position wasn't funded, so she couldn't. It was one of those, it should have come together that if this is funded, you'll see this revenue, but we wouldn't see the revenue if it wasn't a funded position. So I could see where
Right.
it didn't get picked up.
let's talk more with the finance team about where we feel comfortable recognizing revenue. There's assumptions built in here, when people are hired, when things come online. We need to get a little bit more comfortable if we're going to make a new revenue assumption. We need to make sure we're informed with good assumptions.
Yeah, she talked about an additional 45 autopsies per year, generating about 120,000 per year. That's why I said rounded down about 200,000. I think for hiring and all that would probably be a reasonable estimation.
Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Along the same line, one of the things we talked about yesterday when she was here is the data coming in and making sure that it's shared with people that we think are important to the work we're doing around the opioid epidemic. So making sure that we're getting the type of data. So somehow capturing what is allowable location to the best of their ability, if they know the type of drug, and then any other demographics that they know, if it was a teenager who got it from a friend at a party versus somebody on the street or somebody with an accidental exposure, whatever, like any details that we have so that law enforcement is aware, the health department is aware. And then I didn't get to follow up on the send it to the state, but I want our people to know. I want someone at Lakewood PD to know there was an overdose that happened because of a party that happened at Oak Brook Apartments, right? So
Mr. Bridges started writing this proviso for us for this information request, but those that are interested, especially Councilmember Hitchin, make sure you put your eyes on it and make sure it's complete and accurate.
And then my other question, thinking of Councilmember Morale, would this be allowable under the behavioral health and therapeutic court tax? Because it's for the same reason we're justifying it, it's opioids. So if we're looking for a more stable, larger pot of money that's consistent, that's our other big pot of money. But to me, I've just in the title, I worry about, I know we can use it for substance abuse services. Would it be an allowable use out of that fund? And that I have no idea.
I'm
I can make that
trying to really understand.
I can make the nexus, but I don't know if legal can make the nexus. Let me just say it that way.
I'm trying to really understand what the concern is or question mark is of doing it as proposed by the executive.
I don't, I was just,
I'm
part of
trying
the-
to really understand.
I'm just saying, we just had a discussion that we're gonna hold off on possibly however many FTEs in the human services, because we want to wait until we get a plan moving forward to use the opioid money. And so they're looking at what? 5 FTEs if they wanted.
Human services?
I think it
No.
was.
In the, where was it?
It's 2.42 for opioid settlement.
and one's
for-
working.
Okay. Maybe I'm already getting things mixed up,
It's all good.
but were we looking at agreeing to the 2.4? Or were we talking about waiting until we have a plan? Some of these grants. I guess-
So the clerk portion, no, because they're already meeting for sure, would need to go through. I mean, unless the body chose not to, but it has its own funding source. And then, I mean, the FTE for contracting and monitoring could be, but considering hiring,
And then that one program specialist, that other one FTE is meant to support the department, the Human Services Department in,
like the RFP.
yeah, for, that's the allocation committee. How do we leverage these dollars? How do we allocate these dollars? How do we support contracting and monitoring? That's that one.
So if we aren't going to, there again, like you said, pick and choose as far as where the opioid settlement dollars is going. If it's an available funding source, I don't have a problem as long as there's a nexus to what we're using it for, because like I say, it's gonna be an ongoing expense.
Need a tight nexus. Anything else in the medical examiner's budget?
Can I just ask a question?
Councilor Hitchin?
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a curiosity, but when we approved the CT scanner last year, I don't remember hearing any conversation about needing massive changes to the layout of the facility or that there would be a capital part. It was just get the CT scanner. So, and I'm just looking to my colleagues that were part of that conversation. Did we know that there was a capital aspect to it or just that we needed a CC? Because that was one of the things that we chopped and put back on. And
We did.
so
I don't recall the capital
aspect of it.
aspect of it
Okay.
needing to be married with the equipment.
Okay. Like I thought it was already here because, we bought it, but then with supply chain, when I didn't hear anything, I just assumed that was why, not because we had construction costs. Okay. Just thought I'd ask. I think that too.
Okay. I'm hearing we are okay with the opioid settlement funds to pay about half of this fourth pathologist as long as there is a tight nexus on it. We get the information requests to continue to stay close to the data. The legislative branch wants it. The health department wants and needs it. Law enforcement wants and needs it. Other stakeholders very well may want and need it. And future councils may choose, if they're not convinced, future councils can choose to change the funding source for the FTE. If you're not convinced that it's a good use of funds and a fund source for the FTE. Okay, that brings us to the Sheriff's Department. This is the last section here before we move into judicial and legal. So Sheriff's Department, law enforcement, and corrections. We have many council priorities in this area. They're summarized for us at the top of the memo. Including recruiting, retaining, budgeted levels, advancing civilian oversight, increasing efforts to respond to property crimes, increasing efforts to enforce speed limits, traffic laws, supporting other programs. This is one of the first major divisions we brought to council to understand their budget proposal. Some of that's summarized in the paragraph under the executive's proposed DP. And then there are dollars about the in the American Rescue Plan Act proposal to carry forward through 2026. So while we don't appropriate dollars for 2026, there is assumptions in the ARPA proposal that carry you all the way through the life of ARPA. For you can see the assumptions here under the ARPA notes. There are assumptions that carry you all the way through 2026 for law enforcement, recruitment, and retention. You see the assumptions noted there for you. Mr. Bridges hunted down that information for us. So the sheriff is also requesting new funding for Axon body camera and taser program. We got a long briefing about the utility of those new body cameras that was not in the executive's proposal because those requests came in after the executive released his budget. And so the summary of that is listed here in the discussion box. Checking in to see where members are thinking about that new technology. And the sheriff is requesting continued ARPA funding for the jail confinement alternative program. Those are the cages, the ankle bracelets to do what that does for confinement, which is an alternative to jail. So people who are doing home monitoring. It's a huge part of our general fund budget. This is just a summary, but I think several things to discuss. Let me just open it up. We'll start with Vice Chair Campbell.
With regards to the ARPA, having the 2026 in there, that solves my math issue I was having with it. Was one of the things I thought might be going on there. frankly, if interest earnings are part of it, it could be through 2027. Because interest earnings on ARPA could be spent beyond 2026. So it is one that we could actually almost plan fully in the next biennium if we wish. It's a little bit of blurring of departments, but going back to the same funding source as ARPA, I still believe that we need to extend to the corrections officers. I know that might not be their name out at Raymond Hall, as we do to corrections officers in Bethel. We already know we're having a recruitment retention problem with the officers out there at Raymond Hall. We know it's a higher standard of hiring because of being able to, and the need to work with youth in a very different way. And to that end, a very high need to make sure, and I think it's just fair that they be treated equally with what essentially other people in the county are doing with very similar roles. Seems to me that if eligible, it should be a good ARPA expense because we've kind of preloaded 2026 based on what's already in there with the kind of 2026 dollars. We could afford it out of the allocation that's there. Come 2026, we may have to pull, but I think that we'll have a lot of other money moving around in other ARPA funds at that time. So we could really expand the benefit, I think, without actually having to change this budget as it sits. It doesn't account for that 2027 push through that. And so that's something I still think we should do. Now, stop on that. I've got another topic I want to talk about, but I'll just pause there for a second.
Staying on that thread, we have juvenile court to come when we get to legal and judicial, but totally get why it's coming up here in the thread of incentives for law enforcement type officers. We got communication from juvenile court last night. I sent to everybody that's in your inbox. You're getting a lot of communication from me. There's a letter that really underlines the dire needs of the staff morale and staff availability.
I hadn't seen the letter yet.
The letter came from me. We got it yesterday, late yesterday from Judge Aaron's, and I forwarded it on from you. For the record, Vice Chair Campbell doesn't read my emails. Councilor Herrera.
Along those lines, I saw the letter. I've always known that they've always been underpaid. I'm not really sure why historically. I don't know if their training is different, less, or what professional. I don't know. I just known as a law enforcement officer, they've always been not paid like the jail deputies are here or anywhere else. I don't. There's got to be some history of why. And they've always had staffing issues, and that letter, I absolutely believe it. And their capacities, just like down here, and they're having issues. And no one wants to do that job. So, but I guess my question is the history of it. Why have they've always been so much lower than deputy jailers and everything else? I don't know.
Try to get it. We'll try to get
We're
an
here
answer.
at budget time, and we're getting these letters at the last second. I mean,
This is common.
it's come.
To
Okay,
get it.
all right, but
They're trying to influence our decision making.
I hear you. Okay,
A
thank
lot
you.
of people are trying to influence our decision making. It's their job. It's serious. It's serious. I'm not trying to make
It
light.
is
It is serious.
Give you more.
I know.
Vice Chair Campbell, back to you. I think we heard the priority for incentives for the juvenile court. Let's work together to try to frame something up to be able to afford that and authorize that.
We may need to do a trailer amendment to that before we go through, so. Back to the rest of the sheriff's law enforcement. I'm having heartburn over a couple of budgeting techniques that were used in this. One is, first time I've ever seen in the budget, pre-spent vacancy savings. Actually, I don't know if I'm having heartburn over it. I think it makes sense. I was surprised we got there. that opens up other possibilities. But I think that that's always an interesting way, but they always have a lot of vacancy savings. So I just think we need to acknowledge that it is a new budgeting method, and I think we need to watch that closely. I'm more concerned about what they said, okay, we should have this many deputies, but we're gonna give up these, was it 5 or 6 deputies?
18, I thought.
12,
12, okay. That's right.
12, 9.
But we're gonna hire civilian people in their places. But it's okay, we can afford these civilian places because we're giving up these 12 deputies. Of course, the question was, well, what happens when we get to point to hire this? So I'm gonna come back and have you fund hiring them. So at that point, do we lay off the civilian people that are put in their place? Or do we just go cut from elsewhere in the county budget to fill those positions? So oh, look, we took a cut to fund these civilian positions that we're not willing to give up when we want to refund these positions.
So should we talk about
This
the,
may be the way to do it. It just, let's be clear what we're doing. It sheriff was, and they were repeatedly clear. When they get to that point, they are coming back to us to ask for them. Because the question was, well, if you're giving them up, then does that mean you want to give them up? Oh, no, we don't want to give them up. We will come back to them.
so is council convinced that the civilian positions being asked because they can't hire enough uniformed people? They're not out there. Is council convinced that the non-uniform people they do want to be authorized to hire are a priority? Councilmember Herrera?
Coming from the perspective, I kind of had some heartburn a little bit on that also, just because one of our priorities was to maintain budget staffing levels, and the optics of taking away some deputy things out there for the regular person. All they're going to see is like they're cutting police, you know, and they're not seeing the nuts and bolts are behind it. But I think we're short 46 deputies, and probably they're planning out for the next 3, never going to get to those last 12. And I kind of can understand it. And it's something new, like you said. It's one of those things. Got to figure that out when we get there. But I don't doubt that the civilian positions are definitely important in supporting the staff and deputies, because these civilians are supporting the deputies doing their jobs when it comes to code enforcement and other things. I don't know the details of it right at this point, but it's creative is what that was, I think. But I understand it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other thoughts about anything related to the sheriff's law enforcement, sheriff's corrections? Councilmember Krueger?
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little concerned there's no funding for the cadet program. Is that anyone else? Is that an irrelevant program? It seems to me
Which program?
cadet. What's the age for cadet?
I don't,
At 17 in the middle.
oh, on that one. I was looking in the decision packet.
Mr. Bridges, are you aware?
Well, so we did receive testimony in public safety. This question came up. The sheriff would very much like to have a cadet program, but there's simply no money to do one.
What's the age group for the cadet program?
I think it would be
17, 18?
17, 18.
Boy Scout Explorer, the Scouting Explorer age. So it's the later teen years.
Thank you.
The new equipment being asked for, the Axon body camera taser program equipment, anyone have any heartburn about that? For Herrera?
No, I don't have any heartburn on it. I would just. They say that they need it. I understand the technology, that stuff is great. kind of come from the old school because I was a police officer before tasers came out and you had to handle things before that, but it's a great tool. This technology, I understand the technology and it's much needed. I can go way into it, but this will make everybody safer on that one. No heartburn.
Councilor Hitchin.
My only concern is this, if there's contract implications, if they're gonna come back to us and ask for something in their contract because we're adding the trigger aspect on the taser side. They've got it on the gun side, but so I just, and I don't know because they're not currently, I don't know if they've demanded to bargain if we do this, if that triggers them asking to come back to the bargaining table. There's budget implications because we think we're under contract with them.
Can
as of
we
now.
be sure that we just check in with labor team to make sure it's not going to trigger a workplace condition issue and demand to bargain? To the best of our knowledge. Vice Chair Campbell.
While we're talking about the Axon, correction, missing a letter in there. I think there's 9 in there somewhere, but I would like us to, and we don't have to do it in this budgeting process or right away, would like to add dash cams to our code compliance officers. Just because they do go out into and their job requires that they interact with sometimes people who may not be really happy that they're there. And yes, they should have sheriff's backup, but they might go out to something they think is, oh, it's just an abandoned car. Oh, wait, it's an occupied abandoned car. I mean, if we're going to give them ballistic vests because there's concern, which is understandable, we are finding more and more, unregistered weapons and guns out in these sites, and they're, being used more and more. We've seen a couple of them. I don't have a problem with that, but I think it'd be good to at least, if not, and they may not need to go to full body cam, but just having the vehicle kind of, if they pull up so that they point the camera at whatever they're going to go talk to, it just provides that other set of eyes. I'll get off that because I don't think I'm going to propose this in this budget, but something I want to work on for the next 2 years to get this towards. I did have something else I wanted to discuss. That wasn't my meeting, and I will come back to it, Chair.
Councilor Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. I just was a little concerned on the technology because it just seems they're always putting out something new and better. And that's a, sizable investment, not huge. And is it something that is so good right now that we're not going to have something new and better in every 6 months? The investment. Okay, thank you.
One of the things I totally hear that, feels like it never ends. One of the pieces that got explained that seems like that our constituents will find very beneficial is what we heard was this improved technology would allow if you had a Ring door camera, caught a crime on the Ring door camera, you can upload it to the sheriff's department system more seamlessly. And that seems like that could be very useful from a constituent perspective, who's especially can't have a deputy come in any reasonable amount of time because they're overloaded doing 30 other things, but they still want to report the property crime that they highly suspect happened because of what they saw on their video door camera. They can upload that, add it to the database for criminal investigations. That piece sounded, I think our constituents would feel like that's a piece of responsiveness that they're not receiving today. Especially because we're so short-staffed. Totally hear you on what seems like a never-ending technology ideas. Yeah, there's lots of software companies who want to sell us stuff and technology companies who want to sell us a lot of things. Anything else on sheriffs, we have another cow about the capital. So yesterday we got briefed in the capital facilities plan, right? Jail, sheriff's department, lots of facilities needs. We have a cow dedicated to just revisiting the capital facilities plan as a reminder that's scheduled for next week. Vice Chair Campbell, I bought you some time.
Thank you. Almost enough to forget it again. And I do want to make sure with the ability to upload the Ring cameras, that doesn't provide them the ability to just tap into homeowners' Ring cameras and watch them or anything like that.
You have to upload it.
Okay.
You have to say, hey, I was burglarized and can I please give you my Ring door camera
You have to
for
file a
your
report.
investigation?
Yeah.
What's that?
You have to file a report.
You have to file a report, upload it.
And I see the new process by police when they go to serve a warrant. The first thing they do is they blind the camera. Most people have Ring cameras. First thing they do is take out the Ring camera before so they'll usually send someone up to blind the camera before they bring the team in. So I saw that on a couple of videos recently. I was like, that's interesting. So they're now becoming that. Related to that, the intelligence officer so we talked about that out of emergency management. But the grant ended in 2023. So I'm looking at the decision packet and it has it under sheriff unfunded. But I thought we talked when emergency management was here about they were picking up some of the funding for the intelligence officer or where was that? I kind of got blurred between the two because they're pretty far apart. And what are we doing with our version of the CIA guy? But yeah.
Are you tracking this, Mr. Bridges?
Yes, so the position, intelligence officer position was in emergency management. That became vacant. That position is now in the sheriff's department. It was moved from emergency management to the sheriff.
It is funded.
It is funded?
Yeah, it's in,
Okay, because I'm looking at the decision packet, it's the bottom one. It has
yeah, and
funding.
it's not correct. Yeah, it's in the budget.
In the book, it's funded. Okay.
Yeah. I don't see that.
Yeah, so the very, very last decision packet box,
It's not.
bottom.
I'm following.
They don't have anything written in there, so looks like they did fund it.
Convert a vacant deputy sheriff to an intelligence analyst to continue a position previously funded in emergency management. The grant funding ended in June 2023.
Yeah. And it's on page, it's in the budget.
Gary sent me answers, but I don't read them, so the book is right or the decision packet's right?
Mr. Robinson, if you can quickly, you want to, I know it's awkward. The podium is live.
Barry Robinson with the Finance Department. The position was funded previously with grant funds in the Emergency Management Department. In the budget that you have from the executive, there are resources in the Sheriff's Department to support the position in the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so the decision packet part.
The decision packet places funding in the Sheriff's Department to support the position.
Decision packet's incorrect.
And it converts a vacant deputy position within the Sheriff's Department.
It's a conversion. That's why there's not a funded amount because it's already funded.
Right.
Reconversion. Got it.
Right.
Magic.
Math. Well, that's kind of magic math. So we are moving forward with the intelligence officer.
Yeah, that's one of those non-uniformed individuals that were presented to us. And I have not heard anyone say they're concerned about those requests.
With their little vests say like Pierce County Intelligence, like CIA only. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Other thoughts on sheriff's law enforcement or corrections? Mr. Bridges, am I missing anything?
One more question, Chair.
Councilmember
It's on the reserve.
Rivera.
Yeah, it's on the reserve officers program. It's $12,000. I'm not sure what they're doing there. What's that 12,000 doing these days?
So-
or-
So that number does not appear in either in the detail in the budget book. That comes from the finance staff person from Sheriff's Department. And I specifically asked because it was a council priority. I thought somebody might ask the question. And so that's why I asked.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I think when Chief Jackson was up and when Ms. Demuth was presenting, I asked about the ever almost doubling of medical costs that we've seen. And so I know that we've had multiple amendments to our budget to use vacancy savings to pay for increased medical costs. And so I think really being mindful of looking at that over this biennium, either through performance audit or something, but we really need to get a handle on that. And I don't know if this necessarily impacts anything. I mean, it's impacting, but I don't think it's changing anything in the budget this time. But we need to really think about that going forward, because between the claims that we're seeing, those that we're seeing in our jails that are coming in, I think to quote Chief Jackson, sicker and older, and they're in our jails, and we cover the costs and for longer. And so I think we need to really spend some time thinking about how we're going to do that, because we have a requirement of, I don't know if it's the federal level or the state level that says we must provide medical care, but I know if we don't, we'll be paying even larger settlement rates. So we need to make sure we get a handle on that. So.
Yes, so I know, again, finance staff is listening intently. When we get our quarterly budget updates to council, would ask, this is an area that has our attention. It's expensive, and council wants to track those expenses in jail medical, jail food, et cetera. Please, a little bit more closely than previously. Vice Chair Campbell.
And I was just going to talk about the quarterly updates. I'm wondering if when we get our quarterly budget updates, if we want to break it out over two discussions or have one specifically on public safety. I am very concerned with this. Oh, we're just trading some deputies in for these civilian positions. We need to now watch very closely what their hiring rate is, their retirement rate. Because they literally have the authority to just hire beyond their budget. And so we could have some come back in budget and they're like, yeah, we're 5 over now. And we are now for the next however long. And we have to come up with the money right then. And so I just want to make sure, along with many of these others, with it being such a large part of our budget, that if we don't specifically look at just this and dig deep into this section of the budget, it has the most opportunity of everything in our budget to get away from us and put us into a hole that would make that 4.4 look like a small little dip in the little pothole. So I just really want to make sure that it's just not all adding up for me. And I think we are at significant risk with the way that this has been packaged together. Still may be the way to go forward, but I think it has a lot of potential to suddenly go sideways on this.
Council could change right now. Part of what you're alluding to, Vice Chair Campbell, is this unrestriction hire. You have no restrictions on how much you can hire. We could still encourage, I think we're very much encouraging hiring with incentives and everything we're trying to throw at this challenge. We could change that allowance and say up to, instead of it being unlimited, it could say up to 30, I'm making up a number, up to 50, up to 30. And if you're crossing 30, you need to come back to council for explicit.
Well, I'd say 5, because you hire beyond 5, that's $1 million right there. 4 would be $1 million. So for every 4 over that they're hiring, that's $1 million, another $1 million, $2 million over a biennium hole in our budget, so.
So it's something for council to consider to eliminate the explicit unlimited authority to hire without having to check in with council. There could be a limit.
Right.
Um,
Not having to check in, they get the pool and they say, hey, we're gonna hire some more. Hey, council, can we get on your agenda? I mean, it's not like they can't come back until 6 months away. They can get up here within a week to discuss it with us. So it's not. But I've understood that, they're in the hiring process. They want to extend an offer. They've only got 1 slot. They got 2 good people. They want to be able to extend both. I get it. There's a good reason it's in there. But at the same time, yeah, we may want to just make sure it doesn't get away from us. I just want to, I hope I'm wrong, but I think we have significant risk in the budget we have in our, around the sheriff's department. Just because it's such a large part of our budget.
Councilmember Morel?
Okay. I think, Councilmember Campbell does have a good point. I would love to fill all the
Hope we get
positions. I
another
mean,
As would I.
Since me and you have been here, it's never happened. So I can't imagine within the next 2 years, things changing so much that they're lining up to go to work for the Pierce County Sheriff's Department, but, could be wrong. The other thing that, talking to Councilmember Hitchens, is the medical, I think, contract is coming up for review. Is it this year or next year? Okay, and then we'll have more defined information as far as how many bidders we get on that. So that will be interesting to see what that proposal looks like going out next year. And is everything that we supply mandated on there? Is there any way to reduce some of that? Any other thoughts we can do to reduce that cost? So, thank you.
Vice Chair Campbell?
What is does anyone know approximately within 2 or 3, our current sheriff deputy number? Call that.
We have what was on the vacancy sheet.
On the sheet somewhere.
Mr. Boki can get the reference.
As of September 1st, I have a count of 31 deputies. So that you're subtracting from that amount, 31 deputy vacancies and 12 other vacancies, including sergeants, detectives and whatnot in sheriff, law enforcement. And I think I counted 57 corrections deputies vacancies, and you're taking 9.
And 12 from law enforcement.
12 from law enforcement.
31 vacancies. Does it list on there anywhere what our number is? How many we have?
That would be in the budget book, yeah.
Well, it's budgeted to 202, cutting to 188. I want to know how many paychecks are we sending out each week? How many do we have? I understand we should be able to say
Would be
202 minus
the
31,
vacancies.
but I like to look at math both ways. I just want to, if we could get from them how many people they have on payroll, because that also doesn't include officers that are on, or sorry, deputies that are on leave, on administrative leave, on paid leave, on military leave. I don't know if are they count those in the vacancies? And so
And
they should
retirement.
be. Then,
We
yeah,
got a bow wave
then
coming
there's
up on
churn.
that.
So, yeah, so just again, something we got to track real close, but what we're saying is that at 202 minus 31, we're at 100, 75 officers. Which went up to 188, so. And they're hiring them classes of 10 at a time. That's close,
With many resigning and retiring.
right,
So the
Or
net's
leaving.
like two.
right. No, understood, understood.
Yeah, the net's like
Again,
one.
We really need, and when I said all this is at risk, I don't think that's the only risk in this whole process here. So I think this whole department being such a large part of our general fund, that significant risk also comes from if revenues dropped off by 10% from what we projected. That this is the largest part of our budget. So would we come back to this to make cuts? Could we come back to this to make cuts? So that's where, again, our risk is so much higher. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else? Law enforcement, corrections? Councilmember Herrera, oh, excuse me, Morel.
Thank you. Just one comment here. When they do a conversion of job classifications, does that have to be bargained?
We will ask. Maybe to tease it out a little bit, Councilor Morel. They're converting some sheriff's deputy positions to some non-uniform personnel. Does that decision trigger bargaining? Mr. Bridges will ask for us.
Because I've always asked on some of these paper requirements, like taking burglary, whatever you call them, when an officer's got to report.
Yeah.
It's got to write up a, why can't a
Yeah.
cadet or a civilian show up and write those out?
If it's not an active threat.
It's not, yeah, and they always say, well, we have to bargain that. Anyway, so I was just kind of curious how all of a sudden they can convert some of these, if it's a true conversion.
My understanding is if it's not, if taking away the work, but it's probably more complicated than that.
No one's doing the work.
Vice Chair Campbell.
A, it's taking away the work. B, maybe called to testify in court. So whoever's there, part of having the commission. Anyways, others could tell you a lot more why that's important, although the idea is pretty sound. I think some cities just allow people to fill out their own reports online, which then it's their own words. It's not someone else writing down and interpreting and being in the middle of the receiving process. That's not what I was here to, came back to discuss. What you got me thinking about is, do we need to bargain it? In most of these cases, I'm seeing like converting a sheriff's deputy to a admin assistant, but with no fiscal note. Or I don't know if we're paying a admin assistant the same as we're paying a commissioned deputy. So it would seem to me that there would be in that conversion a little bit of a fiscal delta. It's not in my mind.
Mr. Bridges, I pressed you on this point before.
Who's in their slides?
I don't have an answer.
I believe I have asked that same question and will track. Common sense would reason that office assistant is not as expensive as a commission deputy. It's reallocated to overtime. What does that mean?
In their overtime bucket, whatever the savings were. Savings are reallocated.
And how much did we budget for overtime? Where am I going to find that on here?
We just have to take the questions.
Okay, we'll take the question and answer it.
Really is.
Yeah. So we'll get the questions answered as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to move us on, we're going, does anyone need a brief break before we transition into judicial legal? Anyone need a brief break?
Nice.
Okay, let's try to plow through. We are moving into the judicial legal. This is our last section for today's budget retreat. We are at assigned counsel. The assigned counsel budget is largely a maintenance budget with the addition of this ask of a conflict office, which was explained by the director, Kawamura. He explained the reason for the conflict office, as you recall, my understanding is it would be, hence the name conflict office. It can't reside under Director Kawamura. It would be somehow managed out of the executive's office so that there's not a conflict. And current proposal, 6 FTE over the biennium, you see the cost. That was the main, we learned a lot during that session. This is the ask of assigned counsel. Anyone have any questions, thoughts on what we heard about that design of a conflict office? I'm going to move us on to district court. District court, the council, of course, remains very interested in our therapeutic courts in order to help correct behavior and set people on a better pathway to success. We've talked about a strong interest in exploring and providing capacity for, in the light of the Blake decision by the court and the legislature, regionalizing services so that especially smaller jurisdictions have access to the therapeutic courts. Because therapeutic courts are expensive to start up and not everyone has the wherewithal to provide all the services that go into a therapeutic court. The decision package, this is one of the areas, this is one of the county divisions that takes the most severe budget reduction. 9 FTEs reduced. I think I mentioned earlier, we have an updated proposal from the district court about how to absorb most of these cuts. We have that in our inboxes. But this memo is designed off of what we heard at the time and the executive's proposal. This is not reflective of what recently came to us. I'm wrong. It is. I'm wrong. Please correct me.
So these have been revised
These have been revised.
based on the new proposal.
Thank you. Can you speak to it? The box is revised. Can you speak to it, Mr. Bridges?
So in district court has added one position that they've requested be restored. And in addition, the other positions, they have proposed to shift some of the costs to the behavioral health tax.
And start in 2020.
Yes, and they understand the desire by the council to try to preserve as much of the general fund as possible. So they've gone through and identified positions that they think can be funded through the behavioral health tax. That includes the commissioner's
25% of the
salary.
commissioner's salary.
Yes.
And so it keeps 75% of the commissioner's salary
in
general fund supported for that flexibility they were talking about is important to the district court. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. This is reflective of district court thinking more about their proposal to us and how they think they can absorb the budget cuts asked of them. Thoughts on that?
I got one.
Councilmember Morel,
On,
Councilmember Morel.
I kind of heard the explanation from district court on some of this, of course, cost shifting over to the behavioral health tax. There again, slices another $1 million out of it. So I'm just want to make sure that that nexus is there. And the fact that they haven't been able to fill their vacant positions for quite a long time. So I'm a little concerned that all of a sudden they're going to go out and hire new people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Herrera.
I was going to touch on the regional therapeutic courts.
Thank you.
Great concept, love it. My question would be, are the jurisdictions ready for it? And I don't know, have we had any official correspondence quite yet? Just kind of,
They're still absorbing the Blake.
everybody is.
Everyone's still absorbing it.
So, but we would be set up with this package here, we'd be set up to possibly do that and absorb it, or we're just talking about it.
In my mind, we're still talking about it. I don't know that we've dedicated any resources. In my conversations with the prosecutor, and we've hosted some of these conversations in public safety. There could be interlocal things as formal as interlocal agreements with various cities. It could be informal agreements between municipal prosecutors and our prosecutor and our district court. It could be as informal or formal as folks want it to be. There's different ways to design it, as we've learned from, we've done some preliminary learning about how other folks are thinking about regionalizing these services. What would you add, Mr. Bridges, as you've begun thinking about how to set us up, how to set up the county to have a productive discussion about this?
So there are different ideas. Some of those ideas conflict with each other. And this is why the language says explore. There has to be a discussion between the courts and the prosecutor's office on how to move forward on this idea. And so I think there was a notion that you were thinking about of possibly language encouraging that discussion. How it would be set up, what would be the eligibility criteria? Because there, as we've heard, the prosecutor the prosecutor is the one who really is in the driver's seat and who goes to therapeutic court or not. And district court and prosecutor must have an understanding on what the eligibility criteria will be. And I think they're open to that discussion.
We both say they're very open to it. All felonies go to Superior Court. It's more the misdemeanors, right? We're like, does Buckley have a therapeutic court? Does Eatonville have a therapeutic court? Does Gig Harbor have a therapeutic court? To my knowledge, no. It's really expensive. It's to do that. So why would they? So the idea is, right, so someone who gets picked up for a drug crime and therapeutic court is an option for them and they're in Eatonville, what option do they have to go the therapeutic pathway when Eatonville doesn't have the capacity to have a therapeutic court program?
I definitely would love to explore that. I remember having these conversations with veterans courts throughout different counties. Some have them, some don't. And that was a problem. So
Yep.
definitely see that in correlation with the Blake fix. Everything's a misdemeanor now. So now it's a district court. It's
Yep.
a new arena
Yep.
to do things in. So.
Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I guess one of my questions, considering we'd be filling positions that have struggled to get filled, does the funding go to vacancy savings or does the funding go back to the behavioral health tax?
It would
I
go
don't-
back to the behavioral health tax if that's how we appropriated these positions.
Okay. Thank you. That helps a little.
Any other thoughts on the district court? Councilmember Hitchin.
Just to flag the Regional Therapeutic Drug Court, one of the things that came up when initially I was working on setting up the OAC was interest with our other jurisdictions that are receiving opioid dollars around drug court. Their big thing is just, they don't know how to set up, and a lot of our smaller jurisdictions aren't getting enough money to set it up and the services behind it. So again, going back to that mobile service, if they did the court on site, but then the service providers are coming to them, or flip it, that the court's happening here, but then they have the service, but they can't do both, right? So it's kind of thinking about that, but they definitely aren't ready, but it's something that they're interested in talking about. But there's that, it's very expensive to build a brick and mortar location to provide those services within each jurisdiction. And then in addition, add any type of court aspect of it.
It's cost
just-
prohibitive.
So
Hence the idea to regionalize.
so just, there's that other aspect. I just wanted people to be aware that it has come up with our member jurisdictions that are getting funding, that they're very interested, but I don't want to throw money at it until we know, we think it's going to work. We think that they're on board, that we have those supportive services, because one of the things that comes with a really robust therapeutic drug court are all the wraparound services to help that person find pro-social activities, transportation, housing, if they're on medically assisted treatment, that aspect of it, to be consistent and provide those services. Otherwise they slip. It's really hard. They want to, and they have the hand of the court, but all those other things need to be there. And so I like the word explore. We have a lot more work to think about what that's going to be. Otherwise, I feel like it'd be a waste of money.
Mr. Bridges, in your estimation, in your early thinking of this on our behalf, in order to explore this in some sort of meaningful way over the next 2 years, do you think the prosecutor or the executive or someone else might need some financial resources in order to meaningfully explore? Or in your estimation, can we write language and ask for that to happen? And
For the initial discussion, no, you don't need resources to do that. I wouldn't think so. It's just a matter of requesting the prosecutor to consult with district court and come to us with a plan on whether they think it can be done and how it can be done. And then we can discuss what resources will be needed then. But
I just wasn't, thank you for that response. In the back of my mind, it takes a human being to pull the parties together and bring people along. And this is what it would mean, Eatonville. This is what it would mean, Gig Harbor. Advance the conversation and build the trust. So that's what's in the back of my mind. And I don't know if it's reasonable to ask the prosecutor or executive's office.
oh, so I see what you're saying. So I'm not even thinking at that level. I'm thinking initially you have to have the prosecutor and district court come to an agreement that a regional district court is possible and how it should be set up.
So
And
threshold question,
and then
then
that will lead it, right?
Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you. And I have a fuzzy memory on this, but Chair Mello, you and I met with Judge McCann and the commissioner. And from what I remember, obviously they're very interested in this. And I feel like Judge McCann said that they probably wouldn't need any money to do that exploratory process. And that's something that the commissioner was really
Mhm.
excited about. I hope I'm characterizing this correctly, but was excited about exploring and talking obviously to the prosecutor, other jurisdictions. And I did not get the impression it was going to require any funding at this point, which
Thanks for
would be
recollecting that.
helpful.
Yeah, very helpful. Thanks for recollecting that, Councilmember Denson.
I hope I'm correct.
Councilmember Hitchin.
And then I get my other thing is looking at the idea around community courts. So, because when we talk about drug court, I know that the Blake laws have changed and sometimes there's not that incentive to want to enter drug court, but someone who has 5 criminal trespasses and maybe it's drug related, probably drug related. Is that someone we could engage with a community court or a mental health court? And is that something our district court is doing and as a community court, because that's different than our mental health court and different than our drug court and different than our veterans court. And I know that we had some commissioners that had been talking about it, but I didn't really see it clearly articulated.
Yes, district court is interested in the community court idea. They have told us that they do not need any additional resources to do that.
Oh, okay.
That is why it's not in their request.
Well, there we go.
Anything else on district court? Okay, let's move to juvenile court. We had a good discussion with the Director Bull of the juvenile court. Judge Aaron was here. Again, they've done some thinking after they had the discussion with us. They sent out that follow-up letter to us last night. There's dollars. So decision package approved in executive's proposed budget includes reducing 5 vacant FTEs. We see those listed there. We have a youth diversion program that was in the ARPA proposal. These are outside community-based organizations that they utilize to help rehabilitate youth, support youth in their development, is the youth diversion programming. So the question is, we've started this discussion, should hiring and retention bonuses be expanded to cover juvenile detention officers? We were certainly anticipating that from the COW discussion. And then at the request of council, juvenile court has prioritized the restoration of FTEs should there be a desire to do so. And they put them in order which ones they would prioritize if there were dollars available to restore. Let's open it up to what's missing and what thoughts council has on juvenile court. Vice Chair Campbell.
Looping back on the conversation about hiring bonuses and just reading this fabulous letter from Judge Aaron that I got from you, Chair Mello, where he's talking about having just lost another one. If we went back, when I say this role will require a policy change, obviously we're going to go back. Is the vehicle just to amend the previous policy that authorized the bonuses? And since ARPA transcends really from budget to budget, and it's kind of its own little over here thing, if we took the previous vehicle, amended it, would they be eligible to begin spending at least bonuses for recruiting bonuses, like as soon as we amended it? Would it have to wait till the first of the year?
Well, then if it's in,
Because there's leftover funds in that fund right now, the sheriff's fund.
yeah,
ARPA
if it's
fund.
in the budget is for the next biennium, so it wouldn't take place till 1st of January.
But it's in the current, budget we're operating in right now.
Right.
We can do sheriff's recruitment. And if we
Oh, I
amended
don't
that
know how you
tomorrow
change it. Yeah, I don't
to say, and these classifications also eligible, and there's still funds in that account, why couldn't they use it by the end of the year without a reallocation? Because all we're doing is changing the eligibility.
Ms. DeMuth.
Julie Demuth at the Finance Department. Currently, what's included in ARPA are the retention bonuses. So the $10,000 payments going towards law enforcement officers. We're not currently using ARPA funds for hiring incentives. Those are coming out of department budgets using vacancy savings. So right now, ARPA is only funding those retention payments.
So we wouldn't be able to, now that changes with the new budget, that recruiting is coming out of ARPA?
Correct. So ARPA will be used for the hiring and recruiting incentives. We're not continuing the retention payments.
Okay. Of course, if we did change it for the end of the year, maybe they get the retention bill bonuses before the end of the year because we would have to match that up.
But back to Vice Chair Campbell's previous question about the legislative vehicle to authorize said incentives and retention bonuses. What was the authorizing vehicle for that?
It had to be bargained, so it's gone through bargaining. It's part of the sheriff's department's program right now.
So if we put X amount of dollars in the budget for this purpose and authorize the executive to bargain said thing for said purpose, would that put things in motion?
Yes, it would have to be bargained.
It's a different bargaining unit.
It's a
Yeah,
Teamsters unit
I
or
just
something
don't
like
know if
that.
we have to do a whole new ordinance or if we just amend the
Yeah.
existing one and just authorize another classification to receive the same benefits.
I'm not
It'd be part of
aware.
their collective bargaining agreement. We would authorize funds, they would go bargain. They
Yes,
come back
there-
to us with an
Not
updated,
an ordinance that was a mechanism for this, so it would just need to be a.
an updated CBA, collective
Yes,
bargaining
correct.
agreement.
Well, I'm hoping we can get to work on that as soon as possible.
So, that's a little bit more discussion on, and a little bit more clarity on how to achieve retention bonuses and hiring bonuses for these, for detention officers. Other thoughts in juvenile court? What's missing? What are we concerned about here? Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I know that the diversion coordinator, while it was vacant, I think for a little bit of time or maybe a long time, I'm not sure, but anything we can do to invest in helping keeping kids out of Raymond Hall and truly touching really entering the doors of the criminal justice system is an investment in decades. I mean, we're paying into the future because of the data that's out there for kids that end up spending a significant amount of time in juvenile hall, what happens to them and how likely they'll end up in our county jail. And so I feel a $213 investment, even if it saves 3 kids from going that path, we just paid for ourselves. So I just really feel like it's something that should be thought of as an important thing. I guess my question would be, how long was it vacant? Because if it's been missing for 10 years and we've never filled it, then oh well, but that's a different question.
Yeah,
So,
the long-term diversion list is the drug and alcohol counselor, which is being eliminated, the legal assistant too, and the licensed practical nurse.
Those are long-term vacant.
And long-term vacant is more than 2 years.
so the diversion coordinator is just in the last year or so. So I feel like that's an investment to help steer kids the right path. And we're also investing a lot of our violence prevention dollars in diversion programs. And I feel like having a coordinator of all of that work would be good. And where that money comes from, I have no idea, but I'm throwing it out there as something that's important.
And we have performance standards, at least 3 kids.
Yep, yep.
Gotta.
I'll put that in the proviso.
Hopefully more than that, but yes, the point's well taken. Other thoughts on juvenile court? What are you worried about? What's missing? What's not meeting your expectations?
Yep, all this stuff for youth violence is our money.
I'm going to
All
move
this
us
is our-
along then.
We spent all that 11 million.
Before I do, I'll just state, I don't think it would be a lot of money, but this youth diversion program that they do, it's so successful, nationally recognized youth diversion work. And if we're able to plus up the youth diversion programs dollars with any color of money, in my estimation, that too is an investment that pays dividends. The work they do is phenomenal there. And that has my interest, and I just want to express that. Vice Chair Campbell, I'm sorry. I didn't see your light.
Yeah, and I was gonna make a similar comment, and it's been amazing what they've been able to do with the shoestring budget in the past. When CARES Act came along, you know, one of the first things we did was actually just double that amount, because we knew that the pandemic was going to be hitting kids hard, and we needed twice the capacity, and instantly filled. And so I think we need to continue to grow that investments, because we are seeing the outcomes, which is hard sometimes because we look at the overall data and we see the violence increasing. And you have to stop and think, what if we hadn't done anything previous?
What you
Where
prevented,
would
yeah.
we- Yeah,
Yeah. It's hard to measure what you prevented.
right. But we know we have, because we've got the stories of them coming back saying, I would be sitting where he's sitting had I not worked with them.
Before we move, not seeing any other lights on juvenile court. It's a productive discussion. Before we move into prosecuting attorney, Mr. Bridges, I'm sorry I didn't catch this last night when I reviewed the packet. I'm not seeing Superior Court.
There is no.
We've just done away with it.
Okay. We'll
Because they did not submit a decision package. And in their presentation, they made no requests.
thank you for reminding us. I'll express, there's in my tracking, I have to look back at my notes, but I believe in my, so I'm gonna go out of order. I'm sorry. There's no piece of paper for Superior Court. So please just allow me a brief tangent to express something. Seems to me like there's something to consider in Superior Court to pay for an appropriate position or two out of behavioral health tax, if council wanted to consider that, to free up general fund, if we felt like that was important. Because in my review of the Superior Court budget, they have an active mental health court and an active drug court at the felony level. And very few of their positions that are doing very active therapeutic court work at the felony level are being paid for with behavioral health tax. It's being paid for out of general fund. The trade-off is less dollars going out to community-based organizations for behavioral health. That is the trade-off. It is the behavioral health and therapeutic courts tax for a reason. It's the therapeutic courts are a very legitimate source of expenditure for the tax. If you're looking for general fund money, that is a legitimate way to find general fund money, in my estimation.
How much?
I'm, we'd have to, Mr. Bridges.
So council member, you may recall that we did offer behavioral health tax money to support a new judge. And the Superior Court did not take us up on the offer.
For a new judge,
Yes.
they have at least, they have judges who are doing the docket.
I'm not sure if they share your enthusiasm.
I realize that there might not be firm agreement on there. I think we can all agree it's a fact that they have a very active drug court and felony drug court and felony mental health court. That's a fact.
Yes.
They don't want the strings that come with behavioral health tax money. The judicial branch doesn't want the strings that come with the behavioral health tax. District court is accepting the strings of behavioral health tax money to pay for FTEs. Superior Court doesn't want the strings that come with behavioral health tax dollars. That's our decision to make, in my opinion, about the source of funds. Councilor Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I know one of the conversations I had when district court came up was the flexibility of it. So if you have one judge or commissioner is funded, then they can only do, and I know, so do we have Superior Court judges that's all they do 100% of the time, or is that part of the concern?
Mr. Bridges, what do you know? Speak freely, please.
I think that is part of the concern.
So if you could pay, like we're paying like the proposal in district court is to pay for 25% of the commissioner's time
Correct.
with behavioral health techs. You could pay for 25% of the time, 50% of the time of a Superior Court judge or a JA or a,
Because what I thought they were doing is they had kind of like a team of judges that worked with a certain set of staff. And so if we could kind of figure out who's on the team, we might be able to run back some numbers that way. So if there are 4 judges and 4 paralegals or something that make up that team, and they kind of shift through their caseload, that we pay for one, but we're doing like a quarter of each person. Does that make any sense to you? Is that a thing? I mean, we have like.
they
point-
know how to cost allocate.
They have
Yeah,
0.23 of
they-
people,
It
so.
is not a problem for the finance department to cost allocate. We cost allocate 0.1 of someone to this fund and 0.25 of, it happens all the time. The finance department is very sophisticated,
Okay. So it's possible.
very possible.
They just don't like the string.
They just don't want the strings tied to the,
Are there additional strings? Like what strings are there? Are there reporting strings that we add or?
No, the strings would be, you have to deal with cases that deal with behavioral health.
so it's not, in my mind, it's not like we would say Department 22, you, like, we're not doing the assigning of Department 22, Judge Ashcraft, you, 0.75, like, that's not what, we would just say their budget, 0.5 of their budget. And how they appropriate it and cost allocate it is up to them. We're not saying which department is doing mental health court work or drug court work, which I think is what they think we might do to them, which I'm not proposing we do.
Do we have any idea how many therapeutic court cases they saw? I'm looking, I might answer my own question. I will not answer my own question. Okay.
It's very analogous to what's happening in district court in terms of paying a portion of legitimate FTEs that are working on therapeutic courts, just applying the premise to Superior Court.
Okay.
Okay, prosecuting attorney. Prosecuting attorney, the council has expressed priority in code enforcement, improving code violations, public nuisances, and code enforcement timeliness. We've expressed capacity to investigate and resolve these cases in a much more timely way, both a better level of service. And ensure that information on the status of code enforcement and public nuisance responses is more easily accessible to the public. The executive's DP includes restoring 24 FTEs. There's no cut here, unlike cut to district court and juvenile court, which both take cuts. There's no cut here. And we see some FTEs being paid for out of drug enforcement fund, not general fund or not ARPA, but there are ARPA positions being proposed to be refunded. We remember discussion from the prosecutor about that, a lot of Blake work not done. So 12 attorneys continue to be funded out of ARPA in this proposal. It's a lot of FTEs. And so down in the discussion box, the prosecuting attorney is requesting new funding for the FTEs we see here. Just give a moment for everyone to review this. Does this budget in the prosecuting attorney's office meet our expectation? What's missing? Are there concerns about any of the spending in light of budget reductions in other departments? Let me open it up for discussion. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I truly appreciate the work that the prosecuting attorney's office has been doing and continues to do to kind of unravel some of the, I guess, the bubble that's been created both by the pandemic and the Blake decision and whatever the other case was. I know that when Madam Prosecutor came up the last biennium to ask for additional FTEs, we sat at the dais and were really clear that like they would just, it was a 2-year thing. We would get the work done and they would be limited duration and we would get to a place where we wouldn't need them anymore. And we were assured that that really was the case, that she had a plan and it would all go well. And I know that things don't always go as well as plans. I know there are some staffing shortages, but it's concerning that something that was supposed to be temporary are now permanent, or will be, I think, permanent, unless these are limited duration employees, but I thought they were permanent employees that were continuing. Is that correct?
Are you're specifically about the 12 ARPA attorneys?
Yeah, because if they're ARPA, but are they limited duration for 2 more years, or are they full-time employees that 2 years from now, I need to find some other source of money when ARPA's gone?
So I did not see that designation in the budget detail.
Okay, I didn't either, so
Oh.
just thought I'd ask.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So we are paying for 12 people that in 2 or 4 years, we will have no funding source for unless we go to other dollars. And we also know that we're hopeful that we actually run into the conundrum with the sheriff's department that we filled all the vacancies and then they want their vacancy, the ones that have been removed, added back in. So that to me is one of the concerns that these ARPA are turning into full-time. We really worked hard the last biennium to make sure that any ARPA FTEs were limited duration, one-time, special projects.
Because of backlog.
And so that's where I was trying to wrap my head around full-time employees being paid for by ARPA, permanent full-time employees. So there's not really a question in there. It was just, I had to say it because it was bugging me.
Many of us are thinking about ARPA, one-time resources, one-time costs. Hence you're voicing many of our concerns. We've designed ARPA largely to be about one-time shot in the arm kind of expenses, not ongoing expenses. Do we know if all 12 of the ARPA attorneys are filled, or are any of them vacant? Do you know offhand, Ms. DeMuth?
Julie Demuth with the Finance Department. I believe the positions are largely filled. They do shift employees in and out between the general fund and ARPA. There was one additional ARPA funded position that had never been filled, and we did close that in the proposed budget.
Thank you for that. To your knowledge, all 12 are filled.
I believe so, but there are quite a few vacancies within the prosecuting attorney's department.
That are filled vacancies or unfilled to be funded vacancies.
Correct. Yes.
Filled vacancies. That was a stupid statement.
It's been a long day and a long week.
Other, Vice Chair Campbell.
So, as I'm looking at the list of ARPA, what is it listed under in the ARPA? Is it under court backlog? What is if I'm looking at the big ARPA, it's court backlog, that line item? Okay.
Yes.
Wondering if we don't want to, if this might be a case where if we want to kind of wean ourselves off the ARPA, look at provisoing it that first they're filled with vacancy savings within departments. We talk about all these other unfilled vacancies, using the savings from those to pay for positions. And then ARPA's the backstop to make sure. So maybe something along that line you might want to look at,
Think about that.
providing, and just to help solidify or perhaps reduce down our ARPA load, we could probably, setting that up, probably cut that ARPA number down significantly.
Mr. Bridges, as a reminder, a good discussion about the ARPA attorneys. We, again, heard from the prosecutor about code enforcement. There's some new asks around code enforcement to tighten up that process and make that move a little quicker. We heard about that in her proposal. As a reminder, so the FTEs in the box are not in the executive's proposed budget.
That is correct.
The FTEs in the box requested by the prosecutor are not in the executive's proposed budget. I would put on the table, I'm most interested in the child forensic interviewer and the county attorney for contract specialist. Of those that are listed there, those are the two I'm most interested in trying to find funding for. County contracts, we know the bottleneck. We've identified a clear bottleneck with the number of contracts that flow through this place. It's astonishing the number of contracts that flow through this place. It's a clear bottleneck. And I was compelled by the prosecutor's presentation about the child forensic interviewer personally. Councilmember Morrell?
Thank you. On the last one, the nuisance abatement services, that's the bottleneck that we have in code enforcement, why we can't clean up some of our facilities. I think she said there was a backlog of 16 cases waiting. Some of them take years to get to. And in the meantime, we field questions on why we can't clean things up.
But we are funding an attorney. This is the legal assistant.
Legal.
So we paid for the attorney, we just didn't give him any help.
And I did, to your point, Councilor Morrell, if we're recalling, she's identified a viable way to pay for that through the drug enforcement fund and not the general fund. Are you following, Councilor?
Yeah. I'm
Because that's what the
following that.
prosecutor said. Yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember Denson?
Yes, just if you're looking for feedback, I would concur that the child forensic interviewer, the county attorney contract specialist, and the legal assistant to deal with code enforcement, to keep that moving, I would be very happy with those three if we had the funds for that.
Other thoughts about the prosecuting attorney's budget? We've had discussion about concern about continuing to load with ARPA, how to ensure we're not continuing that through the next biennium, really get the work done that we were told is going to get done with those resources that we thought were going to be one biennium resources to really work through backlogs. So our staff, you've heard some conversation about that. Please help us think about what council discussed about that and how to effectuate the conversation about the concern about that long-term funding, that long-term expense there, what's seeming like a long-term expense there. And then several of us expressed of the prosecuting attorney's additional requests. You heard child forensic interviewer, county attorney for contract and legal assistant 2 out of the drug enforcement fund. Okay, that's the prosecuting attorney for now. Folks can continue to revisit their notes and the budget presentation to continue thinking about that. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Just so to be clear, so in 2020, 26, 27, whoever's on the council in 2025 will be faced with figuring out cutting 12 positions.
Possibly.
Okay, just for those of us that might be here, just wanted to
Cutting
remind you,
or maintaining.
because they're ARPA, you had mentioned we'll have ARPA dollars left.
No, but I mean, maintain them through some other way or.
The new funding revenue that we're gonna get from the state.
How many vacancies are in the prosecuting attorney's office? And can you tell how many are attorneys?
7 attorneys and 2 legal assistants.
7 attorneys and 2 legal assistants, 7 attorneys, 2 legal assistants in the current vacancy report in the prosecuting attorney's office.
So we could proviso, I think I heard the conversation about provisoing, they must fill the general fund ones first before ARPA dollars are spent. Is that something?
The ARPA dollars, I think, are a specific purpose for the.
For court, for
Yeah.
backlog.
When those go away, then the money should be saved. You guys can spend it for other ARPA purposes.
So we had an allocation, like a dollar amount for backlog in the budget.
In the ARPA budget.
Okay.
I have kind of another topic, although it's about ARPA. When are we scheduled to discuss ARPA itself in here? Is that
Next week.
tomorrow?
Next week.
Next week. So something looking finance here, or perhaps our team. What would help me is, I've learned 2 things new about ARPA. Interest earnings don't have a timeline attached to them. So we obviously want to hold on to that as long as we can because it's the most flexible. I had the request yesterday to get all the allocations that have reappropriation and interest earnings, a internal breakdown of how that was assigned. The second is what I learned today is that some of these, say like the hiring incentives, are actually kind of the 3-year number through 26, which is the deadline. I don't think that's bad. I think it's very good to look at. I think we should be looking at a 3-year plan on our ARPA funds because we have that cap, maybe a little bleed over. So I would like to actually see this kind of rewritten for 24, 25 budget, 26 budget. What we already, because that's why the numbers didn't add up for me on the sheriffs, is because they were going ahead and funding that 3rd year. Again, I'm cool with that. I just need the transparency through all 40 here of how many are just funding only this biennium, how many are actually pre-planning for the 3rd year. Just need to know so that we can plan and so that we don't look at some and say, well, there's more than enough in there. Let's move this. Oh, wait, we were actually planning to continue to fund some sheriff's deputy things out of the 3rd year. So I need to know that information.
Finance heard it. Thank you. Finance heard it. So just, not that it's your last time, but I just want to close the prosecuting attorney. We're now moving into open other discussion, open discussion related to budget business. So let me open it up. We certainly have the other major sections of the budget scheduled for tomorrow. So you're going to get a digital packet again this afternoon. PPW is tomorrow, Parks is tomorrow, other general government is tomorrow. So we have another full day tomorrow of a lot of departments. Next week, we'll do other subject matter next week, including ARPA next week. So look for your packet in a little bit. Staff is working on it actively. But again, this allow me to open it up for any discussion that folks want to have now. I really hope that, excuse me, Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the second time I've been through this process, and I want to just thank you and staff and the way we've kind of laid this out to kind of have this deeper conversation. The first time we did this, I don't know what a normal budget process looked like at the council, but we all kind of stared at each other and we're really quiet. And then somebody would have a good idea, but it was very hard to have the conversations. And we started with some of our harder topics and found some areas that we all truly agree on. Like, I feel like we've started to craft some things that can go into that first amendment that we know have support here. And there's some that we're going to have to fight for, and we know where some of the concerns are, so we can think about it, which I didn't get that the last time. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank my colleagues for working, and the staff that supported this work, and finance for all of your many hours of sitting here listening and jumping up to answer questions. So I've gotten a lot out of this process and feel better prepared to make some hard decisions. There'll be hard decisions, but that's why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you for expressing that. Our staff has been working super hard on our behalf to prepare us to understand what's in the proposal, hearing what we've been talking about for the last year plus, teeing it up to make sure we remember to talk about it, to remember priorities we've been bugging them about for some time. And don't forget that the staff has been working very hard. Incredible staff work. Others? Something you're worried about, unclear how we're going to talk about it, unclear how we're going to wrestle it down? Something else you want to bring up at this time? We have a full day tomorrow. As I said, planning, public works, parks, general government tomorrow. So another full day. I really hope that this form is beginning to make a lot more sense and why we need to get everyone's ideas on paper, because Amendment 1 needs to balance a lot of ideas from the council to make it balance. That amendment will be amended, and there will be opportunity to amend that amendment. So I'm not saying that Amendment 1 is going to be perfect. It is not going to be perfect, but it's going to do its best to reflect a lot of what we're discussing here. That is highly shared values of the council, and seeing how it all starts to come together and starts to financially balance. That is the main purpose of it. But it relies on all of us being clear. We're taking lots of good notes, but when in doubt, write it down and express it. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands at this time. So we'll be back at it at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Again, thank you to staff for your preparation. Please look for the digital packet here shortly. And seeing no other business before the Pierce County Council in this budget retreat, we are adjourned.